Oh, you know something? You forgot something.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Who we 186 back again with the Overrated Podcast, episode 121. This is gonna be our most. I think this is the biggest podcast we've ever done. You want to know why, Steve?
What?
Because we have the official trailer for Grand Theft Auto number 6. The trailer got dropped today because someone leaked it. Now you're a big deal in the industry when your trailers get leaked. When people like when your when your trailers get leaked, because it was supposed to release tomorrow. But someone leaked it and they're like, "F it, we gotta do the trailer now. We
Yeah,
gotta do the trailer now."
yeah, yeah.
What's going on, bro? How you
Clearly, you're super excited about it because we didn't do our traditional routine, and I couldn't even, announce myself. You just went all over like as if the podcast started. So, but yeah,
doing?
it's definitely a big deal,
How you doing, by the way?
and yeah. I'm doing fine. Pretty in a really good mood. I'll probably announce one of the great things I got next week. But yeah, I'm just I was very very surprised, with the trailer. It kind of
We don't have to talk.
no, we're not gonna talk about it. I'm just saying that it just caught me off guard, and how everyone just going all crazy on Twitter. Yeah, it goes to show how even with the amount of years how we haven't gotten a new Grand Theft Auto, since 5, because 5 came out, back in when the 360 PS3 days,
Mm-hmm.
and for the longest gap that we have seen from a game and a sequel, it's amazing how people was just all excitement for the game. It's definitely a big name. I am just like, wow, man. But yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. Once we officially start the our topics. But yeah, I had a pretty good weekend as far as getting my assignments done, my projects done. As far as sports goes, no, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. At least one of the teams I like have won, but yeah, I'm not happy overall when it comes to my teams, and especially when it comes to football. But I'm glad to be alive. Praise the Lord. And yeah, it was definitely a decent weekend for me. How about you?
It was great. I didn't do too much. Hold on 1 second though. My computer is acting stupid right now. Give me one moment. Can you hear me
Um,
at least?
I,
Can you
I
hear
could
me?
hear you. I could hear you, but I think there's probably a delay again.
He's acting stupid, but hopefully let's try to power through this. Nothing much happened to me. Like, to be honest with you, like you said, my team won. Um, Dolphins won. Good job to them. But I have to give props to San Francisco, bro. Like,
No. Stay focused. We could talk. We could talk about your Dolphins. Did we officially start the podcast?
I mean, it's not a topic, but like,
You always say that. We
yeah,
always talk about football.
all right, but
That's
we don't
always
have,
our thing.
but we do have a lot to talk about. So I don't have much to say about the Dolphins. We came in, we kicked their ass. That was it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I can't analyze the game any further. I can't analyze the game any further. Like, obviously Tua's awesome. Tua was fantastic in this game. And the thing is this, right? Tua, when he's at his best, is when he's moving in the pocket, when he's throwing on the run. He had two catches. He could have had an even better game if Jalen Water caught two passes. There was one pass where he was running and he threw it while he was on the run. And Waddle, he did a good job. He ran. He did his route, but then he saw that Tua was scrambling out the pocket, so he came back. He was wide open. He made the catch. No. He dropped it. It was in his hands, right? And then before the second long ball to Tyreek, he threw one to Waddle, and Waddle just couldn't. He couldn't make the catch.
Yeah.
When Tua's on his egg, when he's like moving in the pocket, when he's doing that, he was fantastic. He was phenomenal. Tyreek was awesome. The defense was awesome. And let me say this about Washington: that team sucks, but their quarterback's not bad. And you look at what's going on with that dumpster fire in New York with the Jets, and frankly, with New England as well. I don't like. My God, that New England team's garbage. That New England team's garbage. But you look at their quarterbacks, and then you look at what Sam Howell has to deal with. He has no skill talent whatsoever. He has very little skill position, and he's the most sacked quarterback this year. Ironically enough, I thought it was Zach Wilson, but it's actually Sam Howell. But yet he can still put up points for his team. He can still put up yards for his team. That's something that you really can't say for Zach Wilson. And you can say that's the big indictment, because truth be told, the Jets have better skill talent than Washington does. They absolutely do, but they just simply do not have a quarterback that can get those guys the ball in a good position. So yeah, Washington stinks, but their quarterback's not half bad. They're not half bad. You want to talk about the Jets or no?
No, I have a couple of things to say. One, look, it was absolutely no surprise that Miami beat Washington. I had expected you guys to destroy that team because they're not good. Now, what I also want to address is that you keep talking about, Tua had a great game. Tyreek Hill, that dude influenced pretty much everything within that game. Whether if and you could tell, because not only when he would get open and then he pretty much like those deep passes, I don't understand why they don't keep maybe they did, but I don't know why they don't keep two safeties deep, which would probably force Dolphins to run more, probably kind of like what the game plan that Bill Belichick did when they were playing with New England, when Dolphins adjusted and they started to run the ball more. But the thing what amazes me about Tyreek Hill, regardless of where he is on the field, everybody reacts to him. And you saw that when they would put him in motion before the ball gets snapped. You see how everyone reacts to Tyreek Hill when he's constantly in motion. And then I think there was one play where I think they faked it was a fake to Tyreek Hill, and everybody reacted to him. And then, but
they've done that before. They've done that.
Yeah.
Before.
And so once again, you keep saying how you keep talking about this stuff with with Tua, Tua this, Tua that. Tyreek Hill is the one that destroys the defense. When you see that guy, it makes it seem like when you're watching the defense is that everybody else is irrelevant with the exception of Tyreek. Because whether if you guys throwing a deep pass, a short pass, or if it's a fake, everybody reacts. Like everyone just goes all crazy, all like, oh my gosh, Tyreek Hill is hitting left, he's hitting right. It's just he makes things so much easier for the quarterback, for the other receivers. He just makes things far too easy for everybody else. And it reminds me, of course, this is not. No, yeah, it is probably the same. It reminds me of when Steph Curry was just going all lights out, and when you see the defense seeing him doing all these cutting, he doesn't even have the ball, and yet the defense is constantly paying attention to him, and yet they also pay attention to Steph. Right as soon as he passes half court, you see the double team, go and rush him in. So it compromises the defense, and Tyreek Hill is doing the exact same thing in the football field. He's doing the exact same thing. You put him in motion, everybody reacts. You go throw a fake, everybody still reacts because you still have to respect him first. Fake or not, you still have to respect him first. So I personally believe, once again, because he had such a lights out game, he should be number one, at least in the Dolphins' concern, for winning MVP. It's definitely Tyreek Hill. You can say whatever you want, but man, that dude right there is a freaking monster. They call him the cheetah for a reason. I understand that. He definitely deserved that name.
Okay, you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so they won. Props to them. Your Jets stink. We all know that.
As far as the Jets, look, I already know our season is over. Our season is over, with the Jets. And the only reason why you said, "Oh, am I done?" is because I'm right about Tyreek Hill. But as far as the Jets go,
no. I didn't want to address it because I want the show to be moving. But with that, here's what I'll say. Right, that's the reason why he's there. The reason why they react to him when he goes on motion because he's the most dangerous guy on the field. That's why he's there. And he made. So I don't even know how many catches he had, but like he had 3 catches for like over 100. He had more yards than the Commanders did.
And yet he doesn't deserve to win MVP. Come on, man.
At the end,
I didn't even know that.
At the end of the day, there's a guy who's getting him the football. That's my entire point in all this. There's a guy getting him the football. Like I said, I've already gone through it, and like I said, we have too much to talk about to reiterate. Now, you want to talk about your garbage ass Jets? You can go ahead.
Yeah, look, there's honestly really nothing to talk about. I mean, we can't score. We can't protect.
No,
our quarterbacks are garbage. And now I heard news that they want to put Wilson back into the starting lineup. And that's not the news what I wanted to hear. What I wanted to hear is that they were going to sign somebody else. But obviously they're not going to do that.
Bro, like, who are you? Like, we keep going through this every week. Who are you guys going to get?
I already told you who I want.
Yo, if he was good, he would still be in the league.
I already told you who I want.
Right, well,
and besides, didn't there were plenty of guys who was in the league. Isn't Joe Flacco playing with the Browns now? No,
yeah.
Not with the Browns. Yeah, with the Browns now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think he's good?
They win? No.
Do you think he's good? Okay, you don't think he's good?
Win? No, I don't think he's good. Not anymore.
Why don't you think he's good?
He's 38 years old. He was on the practice squad with the Cleveland Browns.
With the Cleveland Browns. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's not good anymore. But like you said, like
This gonna fit you?
What did you say?
Hi Gina. Happy
Hi.
birthday.
Oh yeah, having note says hi.
You on the thing?
Yeah, I'm on the Discord.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is this gonna fit you?
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, you said is it gonna fit you?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
It might be too small.
Yeah, it might be too small.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
All right, no problem.
All right. Love you.
Bye,
Glad you're back.
Bye,
Love you. Oh yeah, Havana says bye.
Bye, have a now.
All right, she says bye.
All right.
What was I going to say? Yeah, and you talking about oh, did they win? No, they didn't win. I don't know what I don't know what point you was trying to get at.
No, because they suck. So like, can we move on?
Okay. So if they suck, yet they still decide to sign him anyway. Why can't and besides, you could talk all this crap about Nick Foles all you want. He's better than Wilson. he's better than he's
in the league.
He's better than Wilson. He's better than he's better than all of our quarterbacks. Boyle, all of them. He's better than every single one of those guys.
Okay,
and that is who I want. The problem is our organization is stupid. That's the problem.
Bro, if he was anything good, he would be in the league right now. You got a whole bunch of teams looking for quarterbacks who need quarterbacks, and go ahead.
Who's desperate for a quarterback right now?
I mean, Cincinnati, Cleveland.
But Cleveland have the quarterback now, so I mean that's
no, they don't.
That's who they decided to sign, so that they have one now.
So that means they don't have a quarterback.
Okay.
New England, they need a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like there are teams that need a quarterback. Yeah.
Well, to be fair with New England, that whole entire team stinks. It's not necessarily just the quarterback issue.
But here's the thing. That team,
at least our team, overall, with the defense and with the receivers that we have, our running game, at least all that is taken care of. But with New England, like everybody over there stinks. But what were you going to say?
No, but they giving up. I think their defense in the last 3 games are giving up 25 points, and they've lost all 3 games. That can't happen.
I mean, what does that tell you?
Tells you that they don't have a quarterback.
I think it's more than that, but
it definitely is more than that. It is more than that, but they don't have a quarterback. They don't.
No, I'm not okay. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong in that aspect, or with that diagnosis, I guess. But all I'm saying is overall the team is just not good.
They're not good, but their defense is decent, and their defense deserves better than Mac Jones and whoever else they have.
Yeah,
but okay, so let's start talking about bad teams. Let's talk about the game of the week, right? Real quick. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but
no. I do, but go ahead. I know where you're going with this, but go ahead.
Yeah, because like I said, we have 1,000 topics to get through, but. You have to give props to San Francisco. Beat the snot out of Philadelphia.
No. Whoa, hold on. If you saw the first half, well at least the first quarter, second quarter, it was a very competitive game.
Yeah, but it
was definitely competitive. It was definitely
San Francisco was beating them.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's true. That's very true when you count the second half. But when in the first half, it was definitely a competitive game. They put a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy. They really couldn't, really go anywhere. I think they had like 2, 3 and outs. I think like back to back. I think if I remember correctly. Their defense they showed up, but then what happened with Brock Purdy and McCaffrey freaking took over. That's what happened.
I thought they outplayed them throughout the entire game. Outside of like a couple series, I thought they outplayed them.
But bro, I was enjoying the back and forth, the pushing and shoving, the talking smack. Dude, I was literally was like, man, let's go, man. Let's go and do this. They're not even my teams. And I was just cheering because although you saw that San Francisco really had the game under control before the first half was over, it was just a phenomenal game to watch. Like it was a definite phenomenal game to watch. I cannot wait for them to meet once again in the NFC Championship game.
Which is going to happen, which I believe will happen.
Yeah, and what I also wanted to, bro, kudos to McCaffrey. That dude ran all over that team. Yeah. Ran all over that team. Debo did his thing too. Like Debo,
yeah. Debo Samuel, awesome. George Kittle was awesome, and Brock Purdy was really awesome. Yeah, Brock Purdy was awesome, and there was a lot of chatter. I think Debo Samuel said this before the game. He said, "Yo, if Brock Purdy was healthy, we would have beaten them easy." That was Samuel said.
Dang, I think I missed that one. He said that? Oh my gosh.
He said that during the week. That's what he said. And it's hard to say nowadays, but like, bro, that beat down, like you don't listen. You don't get beat down like that at home. You don't get beat down like that at home unless there's some truth to it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but dude, I'm trying to remember. What's that noise? Is that your computer?
Yeah, my computer. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So all right. So before we move on, final question. Mm-hmm. I think you already know what I'm going to ask you. Mm-hmm. Are you going to apologize now to Brock Purdy having that? Are you officially now going to suck your pride? Are you officially going to declare that Brock Purdy, not only is he a good quarterback, but also are you going to say that he's better than Tua, one? And number two, are you officially going to apologize now? And the reason why I'm asking you this now again, back to back, is because I hope you do realize that as the season wanes, it constantly makes you look worse and worse and worse as the season goes on. You know that, right?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't, because you keep saying something that I never said. I said that I didn't want to talk about Brock Purdy. That's still the case, but it doesn't change. I already said that he's a very good quarterback. He clearly is. He's clear. He right now, if you ask me, he's an MVP candidate. He absolutely.
What? Wait. What? I gotta put this on record. I gotta put this on record. Wait, say that one more time, movie on the podcast.
He's an MVP candidate.
He's an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
Okay.
He absolutely should be.
Okay.
I mean, but with that said, he's not better than Tua.
I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna do that. I knew it.
He's not. The numbers are on my side, so you can be in denial all you want, but the numbers are on my side. He's not better than Tua.
Doesn't he have a better passer rating than Tua?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
But the numbers overall are on my side. So like we don't really have to discuss it anymore. It's fine.
Okay.
But they kick the crap out of Philadelphia. To me, they're the best team in the NFL right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, Philadelphia, they got a tough game next week against Dallas. I believe the game is in Dallas, so that's gonna be so the one thing I think Philadelphia does not want, and I don't know how the tiebreakers are, but they don't want to lose home field.
True.
You don't want to lose home field.
Yeah.
Because if you lose home field to San Francisco, I don't think you can beat them in San Fran.
Yeah. Now, one last thing. I want to give a shout out, dude. And I was shocked. I don't know if you saw the game, but big shout out to Jordan Love, bro. I was suck my pride having though. I don't mind apologizing. I said earlier on, when the season started, that I believed that the Green Bay Packers should tank. I didn't believe in them. I thought they were garbage. I had to hear all this crap from Roy you know, my former boss talking about that he's not good, and I think one time you even said that too earlier on. But
no, I said that he was struggling, but you have to give him an opportunity to get better because this is essentially his first year. But
Yeah.
what I did was worse. I traded him on my fantasy team. I didn't trade him, but I got rid of him in my fantasy team. So I figured Kansas City defense was going to stop him.
Hold on. We have to move on, but this question needs to be asked. You said just a few seconds ago that let's give him a chance, but yeah, in your fantasy team, you get rid of the guy.
Yeah, like I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win, and I replaced him with Kyler Murray, who he was fine, but Jordan Love, his numbers are so much better.
Yeah.
So like I feel like an idiot, but no props to Green Bay, man. They went in there and they controlled most of the game.
Yeah, they control most of the game. I mean, the game was still very close. Now I want to say, bro, dude, you and I are constantly talking about how great Patrick Mahomes is, and he is. But dude, that dude needs freaking help with the receivers, man. That these guys just don't know how to freaking catch. They can't catch. I don't know what's going on over there. And look, and it's not like he had a bad game. I think they were like 7 for 10 and third down efficiency. Your third down, they were at 3 and 10. I think they were, if I remember the numbers correctly. And look, to me, I'm not saying that the defense, got exposed, because everybody was talking about how great the defense are.
They are.
Right?
They are great. That's why it surprised me that they gave up 27 to Green Bay.
Was it 27? I thought it was 24. Because then all Kansas City needed was a field goal to win.
No, they needed a touchdown and a 2-point conversion.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. No, you're right. I'm getting everything mixed up. Yeah, I think we need a touchdown, 2-point conversion, and bro, those defensive. I'm not gonna lie. I had Roy was texting me, right? So let me see if I can find it. Roy was texting me, and he says, "quote." All right, listen to what he said. He said, "Well, first he tells me to shut up because I'm talking about I'm saying how great Green Bay is doing, whatever." And then he says, "Oh, it's a good win for the cheaters." And he says, "Oh, if that was the Bears DB, they would have called pass interference, for touching that guy." I think he's talking about the pass interference where he was pretty much all over the guy's back.
Yeah,
I think he was talking about that. Now, Hoovy, I'll be straight with you. Although I love Green Bay, that was a pass interference.
Yeah, it was.
That was definitely a pass interference. The Hail Mary one, I don't think if I was a ref, I don't know if I would have called that. Yes, you see the shove. Yes, you see Kelsey being pushed over. But to me, when it comes to Hail Mary passes, I think as long as if it's not blatant, I think anything goes when it comes to a Hail Mary, because everyone's looking at the ball, everybody's diving, everybody's jumping, everybody has their hand out. I think when it comes to that play, if it wasn't a Hail Mary, I probably wouldn't have a problem if they called a pass interference on that call on that play. But because it was a Hail Mary, and I understand what people are going to say, oh, it's about consistency. I get it. But when it comes to Hail Marys, everyone is trying to catch the ball or trying to swipe the ball. Usually they let it slide. But as far as the one before that, yes, it was a pass interference. I'm not saying that they would have won the game because they needed a 2-point conversion, but hey, it is what it is. And Roy, if you're listening, Roy, we still won the game. And although that was a pass interference, we pretty much had the game under control, right? We still had the game under control. So enough of your crap about, comparing your Bears. Your Bears stink. And to me, we are now, not only are we in a much better playoff, in a better position, than you guys are. But do you think Jordan Love is not Jordan Love? Do you think he's better than what's the Bears quarterback's name again? Fields. You think he's better than Fields?
It's hard to say because I don't know. I don't know if the Bears believe in Justin Fields. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, it's hard to judge a guy based on 1 year being a quarterback. I need more time to decide which one's better. I think they're probably the same tier.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's fair. Oh, okay. Well, we have so many things to talk about. I don't think there's really. I don't feel like talking about Dallas, and I don't want to talk about any unless you have somebody else you want to talk about.
No, I'm good. Let me see here. All right, so shout out to you guys. Shout out to Malta in the chat. What's going on, bro? Like,
yo, Malta, what's up, bro?
Yeah. So, oh, no, sorry. Let me see. Let me see the video that he posted on the sports Discord.
Oh, like yeah. Let me look at that too.
Yeah, if it's relevant, then yeah. But if not, then we do have to move on. We have a lot of shit that we have to talk about.
So that's not me, Malta. If you wanted a reaction, it's not me. That's him saying this, not me. So you can attack him on the Discord. You can attack him on the Discord if you like.
That's fine. No, this is him playing. This is him playing basketball. Oh, I think that is right. Not him playing basketball. Like props to him.
Okay, but that basketball involves sports, so you could react.
Yeah, he's doing his thing. Well, I mean, I wouldn't call the guy you're practicing with the bum though. I wouldn't do that.
Of course, you had to do a small little minor cut, or paper cut on that video. Of course. But no, but like I said, I always said that you have a really good jump shot, and the reason why I say that is not just me being all mushy or just talking just to talk, but I've seen you shoot the ball and then you would shoot it back to back, like constantly shooting, making the basket back to back times. So you definitely have a good, decent jump shot. So definitely kudos to you, man. Good stuff.
So, and David, he just got here, but Tua is a good quarterback. The team wouldn't be winning if it were otherwise. That's true.
No. Don't get it mistaken. I never said he was a bad quarterback. I didn't say he was a bad quarterback. If you go back in history, all I've said about Tua was that he couldn't stay healthy, and I don't think that he could be trusted. That was my position. Everyone else in the media who was all pissed off about saying that he's not good or how they gave up on him too easily and what yada yada yada. My position was just his health. That was it. Never came out of my mouth that he was a garbage quarterback. Never said he was garbage. Never said he was trash. All I said was that he can't stay healthy. And right now, he's pretty much proving me wrong, which is good, which is great. But I have a bad feeling though, man. I just have a feeling. Hopefully, I'm wrong, but I have a feeling something probably might going to happen because that dude is fragile. So we'll see.
Yeah, the Joel Smith stuff. We'll talk about that next week. We'll talk about it next week. We have too much stuff to talk about. So,
oh, dude, we were supposed to talk about that last week.
Yeah, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Don't worry.
And I want to say shout out to all you guys because you guys are constantly giving me different topics or different articles that I wasn't even aware of at times. So you Malta, David, Critical Drop, Jermaine, like all you guys, like big shout out to you guys, and trust me, when you guys give me these articles, I promise you I will do my best because I bring it up to Hoobie also, Hoobie 186, and then we discuss if we'll be able to talk about the topics because sometimes it's hard when we have so much topics to talk about. So let's see if we could get this thing going. Go ahead.
Okay, so first topic, let's discuss GTA 6 trailer. So I'm trying to get it playing right now. Let me see if I can do this on. We're gonna go to IGN, and we are.
Yeah, I think I'll be more comfortable.
Yeah. So
you know what I think we also should probably do from now on is that when we play videos, it's probably better for us to download the video so that way we don't have buffer and lag issues.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should. I'm gonna try to do that from now on because I used to do that before when I would put the videos on my software and then I would just play it because every time we try to play everything live, it kind of ruins the experience of the trailer. So, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. When I get my new computer, I'll do it. So this is the trailer. Like I said, we have to be a little bit careful because, like I said, I don't know. You know, I don't know how it's going to. You know, you always have to be worried about copyright. You know what I'm saying? We always have to be worried about it. And I'm sure Rock because here's the thing. This trailer was supposed to come out tomorrow, right? It was supposed to come out tomorrow, but it got leaked. So Rockstar was like, you know, F it, we're just gonna release it today. And you know, unfortunately, I don't think it's the best quality. Let me see if I can put it in HD. It was an auto HD. So like I said, we posted it on the Discord. You guys can watch it in 4K, HD, whatever, right? It looks beautiful. I'm just gonna say off it. It looks beautiful, right? Captures Miami at its core. But let's go to it. And it is muted. It is muted because it has licensed music.
Oh yeah.
FYI, Steve, if you want me,
go ahead.
Yeah, if you want me to pause at something, let me know. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why it's muted because of the music. So yeah. So it looks like here we're gonna have two protagonists, her Lucia, and the guy who I don't think we got the name of, but you just see how they depicted Miami, aka Vice City, on here. It looks amazing.
It looks amazing, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you now you might be biased, but are you disappointed that we're back in Vice City
Absolutely
again?
not. Absolutely not. I'm
Okay.
happy. Remember, Vice City, to me, Vice City is my favorite GTA game of all time.
Oh, I think I remember you just say that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my favorite GTA game of all time. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Period. It's one of the most. Yeah, it's one of the most influential games I've ever played.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason why I love 80s music. It's the reason why I love. It's the reason why I love GTA because I really like GTA 3. You know, and I like San Andreas. I really do like San Andreas. But Vice City is the game that I like. That's my favorite GTA game of all time.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm very happy we're back in Vice City.
Okay.
Yeah. So you not only do you have obviously you have Miami, the city or whatever, but you're also going to be
the Everglades. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just
which
like
is something
Florida, man.
Yeah, which is something that we really didn't get in the original Vice City. So I'm happy that they expanded the world of Vice City.
Mm-hmm.
And just to see the NPCs.
Yeah, that scene right there when I'm just watching people walking along the beach, I said, "Holy moly, that looks incredible!"
Yeah, it looks amazing. Like, and the thing I like most about it, and we'll go back to it.
Yeah, right there.
Go on, let me. And what I like about it is the diversity. Not only when you have different body types, you have, different skin tone. Like it matches what the city actually is, and the people who inhabit our city.
Correct.
So yeah, this looks insane. Obviously you have the ocean, and this part right here, this one tripped me out. This part tripped me out because that looks like the Kaseya Center. That looks like where the Heat play.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm sure it's not gonna be. I'm sure it's not gonna be called that in the game. But that looks looks like where the Kaseya Center is. That looks like where the Heat play at.
You could
and then
be right.
you have and then you have the ghettos and
yes, the is that Wynwood?
I think I heard someone say that it was Wynwood. I don't know. I feel like there's too many black people to be Wynwood.
Because I went. Okay, it could be, but I drove down there before, and with all the art and all the graffiti, dang that. Oh, you passed it already. But yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely looked incredible.
Oh,
I
yeah,
said, wow,
that's what, even if, when
right
it's
there.
Wynwood, or if you go to Wynwood, Little Haiti, like
Mhm.
in the Miami, anywhere in the Miami area, you'll see that type of colorful graffiti.
Yeah, yeah, and bro,
That's
like
what.
it, and the fact that you and I are, addressing how, oh man, that's Wynwood, or how you saying it's the Miami Heat probably plays in that area, or whatever, or at the beach and things like that, bro. Like it just really gives me, I don't know about you, but it just gives me like an adrenaline rush. Like, oh my gosh, like I'm actually literally seeing, because the way how they depict how Miami actually looks like, it's as if we're actually there. I don't know
Yep.
if I don't know if you know what,
No,
I don't know
it
if you know what
does.
I'm
It does.
saying.
It really. No, it does. It does.
It's just
It
fantastic, bro.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does. Like I'm happy about this. And then obviously the one thing that Miami's known for is strip clubs. So just saying.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
This,
Look at that
the
shot, man.
vistas look
Oh my gosh.
beautiful. Hold on, let me go back. Like at the highway,
Mhm.
like this looks like either it's South Beach or entering Key West. You know what I'm saying? Like this area, it looks like it's either we're in South Beach or we're entering Key West. That's what it looks like here.
Yeah.
And this thing looks insane, man. And I do want to talk about this. Because first off, let's go to the video.
Okay.
What it looks like, what they're going to do here is that they're going to have a mechanic where you go through social media and they have these videos that are happening around the city. Because you
Okay.
notice here, you see this picture right here. You see, like, with him taking out the crocodile.
Yeah. Well, the gator.
The gator, whatever. You see, you have the guy's name on. Let me see if I can. Let me try to blow this up a little bit. Okay. Crap. My bad. So I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of this without. I want to get rid of this, but what you can see, you have an account that you can follow, and then they'll have a description, kind of like how it is on Twitter,
Yeah.
or Instagram. So you'll have this, right? And then you have standard GTA fare.
Go back to the gator going into the store.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm pretty sure over the years, when you would watch the news, there's been reporting of gators entering people's pools, or gators walking around the neighborhood, walking around the highway and whatnot. Dude, I'm just loving how Rockstar really took note of what goes on in Florida, man. Like they know that we currently have gator problems, we have snake problems, and now I don't know if it's up in Fort Lauderdale, but now we're having freaking iguana problem. We're festive with a whole bunch of iguanas.
Oh, that's been a thing for years.
Oh my goodness, man!
I actually saw there was there's a guy who I knew who what all his job is pretty much going around shooting iguanas.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, and of course, you hate ducks so much, and I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, go ahead with the video.
Okay. Let me press play. So yeah, so you see pretty much. So what it seemed like to me is that it's gonna be a mechanic where you go on social media, and that I feel like that's where some of your missions are gonna be. How they're gonna navigate your missions from there. So yeah, so I mean, graphically the game looks amazing.
It's insane, dude. Like it is just insane.
It doesn't have to be like I'll say this straight up, and let me say this, right? Because the trailer's almost over anyway. But let me say this: the game doesn't have to be the best looking game of all time. It doesn't have to be.
Okay.
It just needs to be in a step up from GTA 5. And from what we can tell so far, it looks like a step over GTA 5. Just like how GTA 5 graphically was a step up from GTA 4.
Yes.
In some areas. Some areas I thought GTA 4 looked better. But as long as you're getting a progression, that's all that matters. So, like, again, it's not going to be the best looking game of all time, but it's going to look better than GTA 5. And that's all. That's really all that should matter. So pretty much, yeah. This is what the game is.
Yeah.
GTA 6
Wow.
coming out
Wow.
2025.
Another, yeah. It's gonna be a while, but man,
Oh.
man, dude, bro. And when you see how successful all the GTAs have been, and and how many years that it takes for the
Hold
next
on. Continue. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. But do what you gotta do.
Yeah, of all the years of how long it takes for the next sequel to be released and after the next sequel to be released, it goes to show you. I mean, at least so far, I know all we have is a snippet of a trailer, but you could definitely appreciate the constant hard work and the dedication that Rockstar put in Grand Theft Auto. Like you just it's like to me, it's one of the greatest masterpieces that, well, I'm not gonna say of all time, but like it's up there. It's like top tier when it comes to the quality of the game, the story and the gameplay. Like it's just a freaking masterpiece, man. And I have to give Rockstar props because they are doing it again. Because when I played 4 and when I played 5, the very first thing that I constantly say to myself is, how are they going to top this? How, especially when it came to 5, how are they going to at the very least match this kind of peak? With 4, I was already impressed because with all the side missions that you could do and building relationships, with your girl and all the other good stuff. I'm saying to myself, how can they make this any better? And from based off of what I'm seeing, they're making it even better. And like how you said, Hoobie 186, it's another step up. Very impressive. Very impressive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Malta, we don't know that yet. But it will definitely have the Everglades. I think Miami will be the main focus, as it should be. But I do wonder if they will add. I do wonder if they'll add. I do wonder if they'll add cause one of the things that Miami's known for is like Florida in general. It has 2 major racetracks, right? It has Homestead, and it has Daytona.
Yeah.
I do wonder if they'll add like a Daytona type, or like racetrack there. Moses said he can help them make the game.
Oh, okay. I'll definitely love to see that.
Yeah, but ultimately, the game looks amazing. But again, we have to wait. And one of the things that I look forward to is reading up more about what the game's gonna have, what their plans are, and stuff like that. So I'm excited about that.
It didn't explain who is the main character. Is it the chick or is it the guy?
2 of them, but I think the girl will get the main focus because she was the first one we saw in the trailer. But
Okay.
yeah, but it will have, because remember the last game had 3 main characters. This time they decided to do 2. Hell, they could be more. They could be more. We don't know, but the only thing we know is that we know two of them. And so it's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Finish up.
It is gonna be interesting. First time playing a female in GTA proper, so that's gonna be interesting. Guys, if you're doing the whole pick up a prostitute thing, I do wonder how that's going to
Of course, you're going to mention that.
No, I mean
Oh
it's a staple of
man,
the game. It's a staple of the game. But regardless of all that, right? You're gonna have you have a female character. You have two characters, and we'll see how it goes from there. But I'm excited, man. Like I'm jacked for it.
yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. Also playing as a female character, because when you even because regardless of what game or even what movies you watch, it's definitely going to be a different experience having if she's actually the main protagonist like you mentioned earlier. If she's the main one, yeah, it's definitely going to be different. Like definitely for sure, it's going to be different. And I'm not trying to start an argument or anything, but I am also happy that they didn't try to make it like how these other stupid industries have been doing, with their female characters. Like they're not gonna make her fat. They're not going to make her, this and that or all. No, she looks good. I'm not gonna lie to you. She looks good, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to have anybody have any sort of complaints of how she's going to be presented in the game. Now, the one last question now.
That's all that matters, right? Because that's all that matters.
Someone's calling me. Hey, hold on. Someone's calling me. All right, someone's calling me.
All right, so Malta, like, yeah, you can pay for. Technically, yeah, you can at least in past GTA games, but it's an M-rated game, so like kids shouldn't be playing it anyway. So yeah, so like I said, while Steve gets prepared, let's get to a topic that he's not gonna be happy with, right? I don't know if he has anything else to say, about it, but we might well get the FSU thing out the way, right? Now again, I don't give a shit about FSU. Like I'm a University of Miami. If it's yeah, like it's gonna be called Vice City, but it is definitely Miami at its core. It's definitely Miami at its core. So yeah. If you I'm shit. I'm with I'm getting the game day one. I'm getting the game, so I'm good. But going to FSU, right? I don't give a shit about FSU. But what happened to them yesterday was a fucking joke. Steve's about to come back on.
Yeah. So what I was the last thing I was going to say was we're not going to have anyone complain about the whole how this chick looks like or whatever.
Yeah.
And to your response, I know what you was trying to. I know you was going to do this. Oh, what's the most important thing? Gameplay this, gameplay that. Of course.
No. I mean, obviously, her how she looks is the most important thing. So that's fine.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I'll let you decide that.
Yeah, you being sarcastic. Yeah, that is important. People are going to care if I'm going to be using a. But look, you already seen the reaction of people not wanting to use particular character in certain games. You already seen that already, and I'm just glad that this is a chick that is she looks good, and man, she looks like she's badass. Oh my gosh, like I'm actually really interested in the story, with those two characters. I kind of wish we got a little bit more of the guy. He looks cool too. So I'm definitely looking forward to the relationship that they have. Like it's going to be a phenomenal game. Phenomenal game.
All right. I'm excited about the game, but not the prostitution that's in the game. Well, I mean, if prostitution is the thing that you don't like, then I mean, bro, there's gonna be there probably gonna be a lot of things that you're not gonna like about the game.
To me, well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Malta, because a lot of over the years when it was Vice City and I think a little bit on 4, where it was constantly on the news because you were able to do prostitution and then you were able to kill police officers. Like the game, there were a lot of times where they were trying to say, "Oh, the game should be banned," and we've seen that over the years with Grand Theft Auto. We've seen that with Mortal Kombat. And look, just let them make the game. You accept all this other stuff on movies. You accept all of this stuff in music. You accept all of this stuff in novels and graphic novels. So don't try to say, oh, well, it's a lot worse when it comes to video games. Because if you're going to hold that position, then you have to do that with all media, all of it, not just one. So as far as your comment on Malta, yeah, like the prostitution part, yeah, I don't really going to be like if they got rid of it, trust me, I wouldn't mind if they got rid of it. Trust me.
Really?
I wouldn't mind if they got rid of the prostitution stuff. I wouldn't mind it.
Really?
Yeah.
You saying that?
Yeah, I would.
Mr. Oh, I hate everything woke. I hate everything this and that and that. If they remove a central part of the game, which is what it is,
Essential part.
Absolutely, it is.
That's the central part of the game.
Yes, it is a signature part of the game.
You really?
It is. It is not only has it been in the game since I want to say the first or second game.
Was it there in Grand Theft Auto 3?
Oh yeah, definitely it was in there in Grand Theft Auto 3.
Oh dude, I can't remember. Wow, I can't remember.
Definitely
Okay,
was
but go
in
ahead.
Grand Theft Auto 3. But it's been a staple for every Grand Theft Auto game since 3.
Mm-hmm.
At least since the 3 every 3D GTA game has had it.
Yeah.
And you're telling me, and not only has it been in the game forever, it's also a way to gain health.
Which is the which is the most unrealistic thing. But go ahead.
No. Is it more realistic than a random health packet in a random area?
Dude, you wait. Dude, I'm telling you right now, if you had a cut on your wrist right now, the last thing you're going to say is, "Oh, let me go and have let me go fornicate with a prostitute." That is going to make me feel bad. That's going to heal my stab wounds and my gunshot wounds. Come on, bro. You are going to look for that health pack. That's what you're going to do.
It depends. Don't
insult my intelligence, dude.
I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole because you're not going to like my answer. But with that said, at the end, it's an integral part of the game. And you know for a fact that you're gonna have if they remove it from the game, you're going to have a group of people who are gonna be like, oh, they got motivated by woke culture. That's exactly what that would happen. And you're telling me you're okay with that.
You know something? You're I think you're right. I know for a fact. I disagree with you that it's like the main primary, whatever word that you use. I don't think so, but I can pretty much guarantee over 80% of the people that play the game, there will be a huge uproar, a huge outrage if they got rid of that in the game. I honestly believe it, and as great as the franchise has become, I personally believe if they did remove that feature or that mechanic from the game, I think a lot of people will probably boycott the game because of it. I honestly believe that because partially what you're saying about that mechanic is like I don't want to say is like the face of the franchise, but I know I see where you get going with that. Like I see what you're saying, that it's like a pretty one of the primary best moments that you could have, or I guess experience that you could have, within the game, and that it could actually heal you. So I get what you're saying. Like I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't believe. But go ahead.
The thing that I was worried about before the trailer was the fact that they might sanitize the game content, in-game content.
Okay.
Like I said, what I don't want is them bowing down to peer pressure. That's what I don't want, because the series has always been about commentary through satire, and it doesn't exclude any person or anything like that. Everyone can get it, and if you're worried about, that's why when the whole thing happened when they removed the trans content when it came to like I guess lines or whatever that that made fun of it. I'm like, bro, we know that you don't. We know that you guys don't hate trans people. It's not an anti-trans game. What it is social commentary. That's all it is. That's all it is. And the trans movement, the gay movement, feminism, the Trump movement, everything, all that stuff is part of our reality.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of our reality. That's why shows like South Park can stay relevant, because they tackle those issues. And the reason why I've always liked Grand Theft Auto and not Saints Row is because when in Grand Theft Auto they write it in a way that's clever and funny. That's how they do it. When it came to Saints Row, you can tell they're trying to appease certain groups of people in that game. That's what made the writing awful.
Yeah.
And that's what the series was not founded on that. It wasn't founded on that. So you can't sit there and be like, okay, we're gonna be this, and then when the next game comes out, we're gonna completely reverse it. You're just gonna alienate your audience.
And I'm glad that you said that, because this is what a lot of people have constantly tried to say, and how I also tried to tell you that when it comes to games, movies, comics, etc., when you try to appease an audience, when you try to mollycoddle a particular audience or use any type of propaganda and you isolate your fan base, there's a good high chance that it could also compromise the writings, the story. It could happen. And we've seen. Go ahead.
No, continue.
Yeah, we've seen that, and we've seen that happen in just about nearly every single industry consistently. We've seen it in comics, we've seen it in video games, and we've seen it in movies. You try to appease an audience, and then it compromises the whole entire story as a whole. And I don't want that. And so I guess I have to say that, yeah, you're right. If they did remove that, from the game, yeah, people will be pissed off.
Yeah,
I don't want Rockstar to be put in a position to where now people are going to stop boycotting their games just so they could appease these idiots.
No, I don't give a shit what people do if they boycott or not. My thing is that you have a certain standard that you perfected, and I'm not going to be dictated by people who can't handle it as to how I'm going to do my content. Now, I do think it's a little bit different, because when it comes to like comic books and stuff like that, you're like, it obviously it depends, but you're dealing with something that's like story like you're dealing with something that's story driven. This is gameplay driven.
Okay,
we're talking about gameplay here, and you're dealing with the your bread and butter has always been about social commentary. That's always been your bread and butter. That would set you guys apart from all the other sandbox games that
sandbox games.
The sandbox games. Yeah.
Okay.
That would set you guys apart from all the other ones. You know what I mean? Like Saints Row, I wouldn't say it was the same as GTA, but it was something that was unique to them. It was unique to them. And then with the new one, they decided to go in a completely different direction. And all you did was alienate your fans, and at the end of the day, the game wasn't even that good.
Yeah, that makes it even worse.
That's it. I can forgive it if the game is good. But the game wasn't even good. Because you look at that trailer, and then you look at Saints Row, like they're not on the same level.
Yeah.
And you know what? And frankly, they never were. But at least Saints Row has something that they can fall back on. At least they had an identity that people grew up with, and then you change it, and it's not good.
Nope.
That's the most important thing. It has to be good. If you're going to do it, it has to be good. So, like I said before, like truth be told, if they took out prostitution, I wouldn't be upset about it.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. You'd be upset. You would be upset. Yeah, you would.
Not in the sense of prostitution. What I would be upset about is them caving to peer pressure from an audience that doesn't understand the GTA series as a whole. That's what I would be upset about. It's not about a mechanic about prostitution. Like, it doesn't matter to me. But we know why you're taking it out, and that's what annoys me. Now obviously we're just speaking hypothetical.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that you know what GTA is. All we want from you is to create a great story, great gameplay, and that's it. Like I said, if they have content that's not, anti-trans or whatever, then it's fine to me. I don't care. I think the only thing that matters is the game. That's what matters. But I don't want GTA being sanitized just to appease to a group.
Well, when we talked about that before, how they were removing, certain jokes, or when they were talking about, trans and whatnot, we were already in fear that it was going to compromise. The whole game was going to get compromised based on that already. I was worried that, okay, if they're going to go this far, what else are they going to do? It wouldn't be a hyperbolic statement, it wouldn't be a hyperbolic statement if you said, okay, if they're going to remove this, they're probably going to remove, prostitution also. They're probably going to remove all the stereotyping and all. They probably was going to remove all of that. And
but then what you have, then you don't have Grand Theft Auto. You just have a random game.
Yeah, exactly. So you compromise the whole game when you do that. So I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. People will accuse Rockstar, being too woke. People are going to say, you made too many changes. I mean, they already made changes already, but I don't want them to fall into that route like all the other industries have been doing, catering to a particular group who's probably don't even support your stuff anyway. So,
like, here's the thing, right? If you want to pander to them, that's fine. If you want to pander to them, that's perfectly fine. I don't care. But that's not what the GTA franchise is about.
But if they do pander, that alienates you already by default.
Yeah, but to an extent, because I know why they're doing it. It's not really even about the content. Like I said, I could go with or without the content that they have. But my favorite part about the game has always been about the world that it sets.
Yeah,
it's a world where it's a hyper. I would say like it's a crazier version of what we have now in this country. Right? It's a crazier version of that. And I want that to continue because I feel like the best commentary, the best content is always driven by real life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if you're going to sanitize that just to appease to a group of people, I'm not okay with that.
Exactly.
I'm not okay with that. But the reason why I don't feel that way when it comes to like comic books and stuff like that, because I feel like when it comes to stuff like that, that's more like how would I say? Like, I would say it's more like because when it comes to superhero movies, I feel superhero like shows and stuff like that, I feel like there's a certain formula that they follow. And I think in order to make a superhero movie more interesting to me, it has to be something that's more grounded in reality. For example, the Dark Knight series, 1, 2, and 3. I love those movies. More so 1 and 2. I 3 is okay, but 1 and 2 especially, because there were not only did you have the whole Batman element, you have the bad guys, but what I loved about it more than anything else is how grounded the series was and how it attacked certain issues, kind of like indirectly, right? When it came like with the third movie, it attacked, the whole situation with the 99% and the 1%. They didn't do it. It didn't do it very well. I didn't think it did it very well, but they at least addressed it.
Yeah.
And the reason why the whole John Kent thing was interesting, and we don't have to go back and forth on this, but the reason why I found it interesting was because it tackles something that's very unique to our time. Is how would a Superman react if his son was gay? How would he react if his son was gay? Right? Because remember, he's not from this world, so he does. So like, and obviously he understands. He's been here. He understands it. Like his like Lois, she's been here. So I do wonder, the human element is what interests me more. Because like if you have Superman fighting Darkseid again, like it to me is not interesting. To me, it's not interesting without an extra element to it. Because if it's just bad guy versus good guy, we've seen that shit millions of times already.
Yeah, but that's the whole. But that is something that you should always anticipate because it is a superhero movie, and they're supposed to be doing superhero stuff.
So I understand, but my thing is this, right? There has to be a way to get to that. There has to be a way to get to if it's just Superman versus Darkseid, let's go, then the movie will be like 20 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
Or the comic book would be just one comic book. That's it. Just them fighting. There has to be an element that bridges that together. The beginning and the end. There has to be a middle ground, and the middle ground has to be interesting.
Okay, but the only reason why I slightly disagree with you is because you could only experience the story with graphic novels, comics, mangas, and things like that, because you have to remember, like you said earlier, in the beginning of this podcast, it's easier for you to forgive Rockstar or Capcom or whoever being woke as long as the game is good. When it comes to comics, once you change everything, the story is really the only experience that you could really ever have. At least with the game, you could have a great experience with the story, a great experience with the gameplay, how the graphic looks, the presentation. Like there's different elements where you could that you could take to where if one aspect of it gets eliminated, you could still forgive it with all the other extra experience that you can have. With the comics, it's just a story and that's it. Even if the graphics and the coloring all looks good, people are going to dismiss the comic if the story is bad.
I understand that.
Yeah, so we've seen that with games like for example, like Gears of War, for example. Despite the fact that many have said, including myself, how it revolutionized gaming, how the graphics, was so amazing, but yet people complain that it wasn't really a good story. But yet it's still people still supported it because the gameplay was so good. So I think you could get away with it somewhat when it comes to video games because you could still have a great experience with the gameplay. You know what I'm saying? But with movies, if the story is bad, in the movie, like people are not going to care that there's a whole bunch of action scenes and everything. There's a bunch of explosions and with the recent movie crap. Now I can get it out of my head. With Dwayne Johnson. Oh my gosh.
Is it the latest one? Is it the latest one?
I can't get it out of my mouth. Oh my goodness.
Are you talking about Black Adam?
Black Adam. Oh my gosh, dude. What is my problem, man? It was so action-packed, right? So action-packed, but you couldn't relate with the movie. The story was horrible, a lot of people have said. So even though it was great action-packed, despite that including that it's a superhero movie or anti-superhero, a lot of people didn't enjoy it. Overall, it was mixed reviews. A lot of people enjoyed it. Yeah, I've seen it. My brother enjoyed it. James enjoyed it. I really did enjoy the action. It was definitely action packed, but I'm not gonna lie, the story was garbage. Yeah. The story was definitely garbage. But I partially agree with you, but there's a slight part that I disagree with, only for the simple fact that with comic books, the story is really all that you have.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Like for me, like obviously gameplay is the most important thing. Gameplay is most important, but
right.
to me, I would feel because remember, I've been playing GTA since I was a kid. I've been playing GTA since I was a kid, and I've seen the series evolve over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that it has evolved the most, especially for me, is the commentary, the radio shows, the commentary that it provides. It could like a lot of it's satire at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And if you're going to censor satire, I don't think that's good. Especially when you know exactly, like again, if I watch something and I'm not saying everyone has a right. Like what offends me is not going to offend you, and vice versa. I get it.
Yeah.
I understand. But if you've been playing something for a long time, and then something out of the blue offends you, then that's a you problem. That's not a them problem.
Correct.
You can't watch South Park for 20 seasons and then start getting offended. You knew what they were about.
Correct.
You know. So that's all I gotta say about that. So let me read some comments because we have quite a few.
Okay.
So Molten said, how would you live with yourself if you had sex with thousands of men? I mean, ask Walt Chamberlain about fucking a whole bunch of women. You know what I'm saying? Yes, prostitution will give you AIDS, not health. I mean, not in GTA. GTA like gives you health. Like, that's just how it is.
I mean, but no, no, you're right. But remember, the question that I had asked you was that if you had a cut, if you had a bullet wound, you're not the first thing you is going to a hospital, not to look for some escort. You're not doing that, and I don't believe you. You say that you would, but I don't believe you.
I never said I would or wouldn't. I never said any of that. You're putting words in my mouth.
I could have sworn you said you didn't say hospital. I know you didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying if I'm in the game, let's say if I'm supplanted in the game, and I see a hospital over here, and I see a prostitute over here, and I'm in a hurry, then then decisions have to be made. Slut shaming is part of woke culture, meaning they would never attack prostitution. It's not about prostitution. It's about removing prostitution. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I think I understand what you're saying. First off, they would. Absolutely, they would. If there was enough pressure from feminist groups and all the other bullshit, they absolutely would.
I don't necessarily believe that they will get attacked by the feminist movement because they're trying to embrace prostitution, escorts, strippers or whatnot. Like they're the ones that are saying that, oh, we should be able to do that because we're both consenting adults. It shouldn't be illegal. So I don't think they would want that to be removed from a video game.
No, I feel like some of them would.
Okay.
So all this shit about female empowerment, all that other crap. Like they'll probably. It is a conundrum. It is because even your first reaction. I know you're a Christian, so your first reaction was that if they took it away, you wouldn't be upset about it.
Yeah.
But if they did remove it, there's gonna be a whole bunch of people talking woke shit and all that other stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
But it is a conundrum.
I think Miguel is asking you a question.
What's up?
The one before David.
Considering they rock so hard with OnlyFans, these girls are sex workers, aren't they? I mean, it depends on what type of sex work they do. Yeah,
if you're a sex worker, you're a sex worker. It doesn't matter what it depends on. If you're a sex worker, that's what you are.
But if you're doing OnlyFans by yourself, are you a sex worker?
Yeah, if you're stripping and then you're
no, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, you are.
If you're doing prostitution, yeah, you're in sex work. If you're doing porn, yeah, you're in sex work. But if you're just a stripper, that's not sex work. You're not engaging in having sex.
Okay, but if she's doing an OnlyFans and she gets undressed and then she starts playing with herself or whatever, or she has a dildo and whatnot, all these toys to.
Damn, so you ain't gotta get so graphic. We know what you're talking about. We know. No. You don't have to get so graphic. Oh my god.
Okay, all right. If she's doing that, that's sex work, bro. I'm sorry, that's sex. That's absolutely sex work.
I guess, but if you're saying that if you're saying stripping is sex work, wouldn't you consider bikini modeling sex work?
Well, I don't know if you could really compare, the two, because there's no sexual activity that's going on when
I mean,
you just when you're just seeing people walking on stage.
Yeah, but there's none going on when it comes to the stripping. At least there shouldn't be.
Well, come on, like you get lap dances. They do things on the side all the time.
I'm not. Hey, like we're not talking about on the side. We're not talking about on the side. We're talking about like legitimate stripping. If you're doing legitimate stripping, that's not. I don't look at it as sex work.
But it's a lot. It's a lot of lust involved. They do get naked, and they do remove their clothing in front of you.
But let me ask you a question. What if you go to a Victoria's Secret show, or what are you there for?
I never been to one, but
I've never been to one either. But if you go to a Victoria's Secret show, what are you there for?
For the women,
obviously. And you're telling me that's not lusting?
It's not that, but that's not the primary. That's not what's actually being presented. What's being presented in the
lingerie.
Yeah, but when it comes to stripping, they're on a stripper pole. Like that, you pretty much see everything. You see the crotch.
Hold on a second. There are strip clubs that don't do nudity. They'll do like pasties and stuff like that. There's some like I don't know if there's any down here, but they are. I remember back when I did occasionally go to a strip club where they would have.
I love the hesitation. There
are strip clubs out there where they were like you had to wear you can't be bottomless. You can be topless, but you can't be bottomless.
Oh well, then that defeats the whole purpose, though. There
are some clubs that where you can't do either one. They'll wear like pasties or something like that to cover the nipples. All right, so let's continue on. Prostitution are especially cool if it's a woman with a wiener, according to woke culture. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. At least the way that it's presented in GTA. Maybe in real life, maybe. But trust me, the people who are looking for them are the same people who are going to be bitching about woke culture. Trust me. Everyone got a freaky side to them. Literally, all I'm saying is I wouldn't pay for sex, and if I played GTA 6, I wouldn't pay for sex either. Malta, let me ask you a quick question. This is just a quick question. Let's say if they force you to do it in GTA, would you do it? This is a question. My statement stands.
I will say this
to go back to my work.
Let me say this. When it comes to paying, for all that other stuff, I'm glad that you mentioned paying, because like I said to you having now, it's once again proof of what I believe when it comes to OnlyFans. When you're paying for a service, you're paying to watch a girl, get naked, playing with herself, etc.
Yeah,
that's that. I'm sorry, bro. That even though you're not engaging in sex with her, you're still paying, for that service. That's sex work. I'm sorry. That has to qualify, as sex work.
I don't know, man. Like I feel like sex work, and I get it. There are different tiers to it, but I get what you're saying. Bikini models sell bikinis, not nudes. Understood.
Yeah,
but
true.
Why would I be? Why would I be there? I'm not buying a bikini. And even if I did, I wouldn't be going to a Victoria's Secret show to do it. You know what I'm saying? So David said pornography should be illegal. It's literally people being paid to have sex, which is prostitution.
That as David, it's very, very interesting that you said that. And me and Heaven, I had a argument about this. Actually, It was me, Hoovy, Randy, Mr. B, and other people who were actually arguing about that. And do I think pornography should be illegal? To be honest with you, if it was, I wouldn't care. Like I wouldn't necessarily mind if pornography it was illegal. But
That's not the question he asked you.
It wasn't a question.
No, that's not. You answered it. You answered it half-assed. Do you think prostitution should be illegal?
Yeah, of course. It's illegal. Well, at least it's illegal now, and it's legal in some states. But do I think it should be? Do I think they should overturn it in some of those states and make it illegal? Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm telling you right now, bro. If Ron DeSantis, since we're living in Florida, I'm just mention him, or whatever, said, "Oh yeah, you know what? Let's legalize, prostitution, bro." We would be infested with hookers all over the street. All over the street.
You don't see them now?
Do it. I think it would be a far a lot worse, because at the very least, if they're not going to be in nice, rich areas, you know what I'm saying? Like, usually
what?
They're not going to be in a lot of rich areas, and the reason why I say
for real?
Yeah, because we've seen people, or at the very least, think when I read, people actually called the officials because they want their streets to be clean. So whether it's prostitution or drug dealing going on, they don't want that stuff in their area. They don't. They really don't.
Steve, are you serious?
I'm serious. Serious.
You do realize that escort services do exist, right? Like, are we making a different? Are we kind of parsing through the difference between a prostitute and an escort?
Well, I'm not doing that. I mean,
as far as I'm concerned, they're the same.
Yeah, but
one higher price, and one doesn't have to walk through the streets.
Well, I'm talking about in the streets, though. I'm talking about in the streets. Like a lot of people they just don't want to see that.
Yeah, bro, like, but even if what you're saying is true, which is not true, but even if what you're saying is true, like you have back pages, you have Facebook, you have Craigslist.
Facebook does that?
Oh, are you serious?
Facebook?
If a girl goes on there and advertises herself on Facebook for sex, yeah, she can do that.
I never seen that on Facebook, but yeah, man. But it's been a long time, since I've been on there. So I didn't know. But
I don't want to drag this down into a talk about prostitution because we have a whole bunch of shit to talk about.
No. But what I meant was, I'm just talking about as far as in the streets, because like I said, especially when you're in a nice area, especially if it's a neighborhood where people have kids, they don't want to see drug dealers going on. They don't want to see prostitution going on. Like it's just not a good place, because obviously when you see that stuff, the value of the neighborhood goes down, so it compromises their money. So at the end of the day, as far as escorting goes, like you mentioned, Facebook or whatever, or IG or whatever, yeah, of course they're gonna go hire them. They do whatever they want to do. But I'm just talking about in the streets, like how it is, in Grand Theft Auto. I don't think there's gonna be any type of escorting in Grand Theft Auto.
I don't know, bro. Like, if you've driven past Hollywood Boulevard, not Hollywood Boulevard, Young Circle, around Young Circle, and I know you've done it many times. I've done it many times. You have tons of women out there walking around, and you know what they're there for. And the property around the area has skyrocketed. It hasn't gotten worse. It's gotten better. But yeah, you still have these ratchets walking up and down the streets. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. I'm just being honest. You still see them walking up and down the streets.
Are there any in your area? In Fort Lauderdale area?
There might be one, but no. But if you go, but look at that. Okay, go to the Hard Rock first. Look at the Hard Rock when we used to go there.
Okay.
We always saw one or two like this gorgeous women just walking around, just walking by themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, there is nothing different than what they do than what a regular prostitute does. The only difference is the location. They're all doing the same thing.
It's true. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they're all doing the same thing. And again, I don't want to get dragged down into whether it should be legal or illegal. It is.
Let me say it for you because I already know what you're going to do. I know what you think.
I'm going to say it should be legal.
You think it should be legal?
But we have too much shit to talk about, so I don't want to.
No. We don't have to dwell and make it linger. All I'm saying is you believe. I'll just answer it for you. You believe that prostitution, escorting, whatever you like to call it, should be legalized. That's all. You think it should be legal because why? They're two consenting adults. They should do whatever they want to do with their bodies, whether money is involved or not. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Okay.
I'm the wrong person to ask. I just wreak havoc in GTA, no missions. Okay.
Yeah, you know what's funny? A lot of casuals actually do that. Like they don't really focus on the mission. My sister used to be that way. I know a lot of girls that used to be that way. Where they all they want to do is just drive around and explore the city. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I know a lot of people that actually do that.
Yeah, but I don't know how it's going to be in this game. But normally, what they'll do is you have to progress through the game to unlock more of the city.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I mean, that's how it was in the original Vice City.
Mm-hmm.
Pornography is also incredibly damaging to our brains. Prostitutes will definitely be in rich areas. They just won't be on the street corners.
Yeah, see, that's what I told you. I told you. That's all.
No. He agrees with me.
No, he agrees with me. Yeah, because I said they're just not going to be in the streets.
But prostitution still exists.
But
if you go but here's the thing. Obviously, if you go to a dilapidated area, yeah, you'll probably see some of that going on. But I mean, you still live in around Hollywood Circle. I used to live around there.
Mm-hmm.
We always, especially when we were working after hours, at night, we would drive down the Young Circle to hang out. You telling me you didn't see one or two prostitutes rolling around that area?
But I wouldn't call Young Circle a rich area.
Oh, what?
I wouldn't call that a rich area. No.
Seriously?
No, I would say like it's like a nice, a middle class area, but a rich area? No.
I wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I wouldn't call that middle class. You see those buildings over there?
No, I wouldn't call it a rich area. I wouldn't.
I don't know. We had different opinion on that. All right. So my ex-friend.
Now, if you said Aventura, then yes, but not Young Circle. But go ahead.
My ex-friend Mario would pay for sex. He was always hanging out at cheap motels. They would call him Motel Mario. You had a weird experience at a motel recently.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, when you talk when I'm at my job, yeah. That was really stupid. Miguel, I find that story to be really, really funny because if it's to a point to where now he actually has a nickname, he has been around. He has been around because obviously that means a lot of people know him. A lot of girls, I should say, know him, and he definitely had a crazy experience. Yeah. So.
All right. So all right. So before you came back, right? I was actually started talking about what happened to FSU. So since you're the FSU fan, I figured.
I think I heard you were saying some stuff. What were you saying?
Pretty much, like I said, I didn't give a shit. I didn't give a shit about I don't care about FSU. Right? I don't care about FSU. Like I'm not a fan of FSU. But what happened to them yesterday was horseshit. It was completely other horseshit. That's what I was gonna say. I mean, I'll let you talk because you're the FSU fan.
Yeah, I think what happened with FSU was really bad because at the end of the day, not only we lost our quarterback. I get it. But we still won our games despite of us losing our quarterback. Even though we lost our quarterback, we still won. I think we won what our last 2-3 games of him after him being injured. I think are the last 2 games. We just beat Louisville, and many would say, oh well, that wasn't really a huge impressive win. We still got the job done. And look, I'm really glad that Michael had said this. Let me read this to you guys real quick. I really appreciate him saying this because I said to myself, somebody has got to say something, and somebody actually did. So 2 people actually said something. So I'm gonna read both of them. So he says, the 2023 Florida State Seminoles are the epitome of a total team. I agree. I think that was a very well-balanced team. To eliminate them from a chance to compete for a national championship is an unwarranted injustice that shows complete disregard and disrespect for their performance and accomplishments. It is unforgivable. It is unforgivable. It is. Because at the end of the day, what you're pretty much saying is that by us losing our quarterback completely overrules all the accomplishments that we have done through a whole entire season. Pretty much what you're saying is, oh well, our job of winning these games holds no merit. It's pretty much irrelevant at this point, all because we lost our quarterback, and yet you don't want to even give us a chance, despite the fact that we still continue to win games after we lost our quarterback. See, that's what makes it worse for me, because everybody wants to talk about, oh well, you know, we lost our quarterback, so it's about the team, like who's the best team. At the end of the day, we were still winning. That's the thing that the community forgets to understand. We still won games after we lost him. So why is it that we are still being punished? And I believe they said this was the first time, like in a few decades, that in a conference, in a 5 powerhouse conference, we are undefeated. We are the champions, and yet we don't get to compete. How in the world does that happen? How? And let me also say this about, about the committee. I honestly believe the reason why they did this was all just because of money and not about which team actually deserves to go in. Because they know that with Alabama going into the playoff is going to have more, probably maybe more ratings, more money is probably going to be involved. I think they took that more into consideration instead of the principle of whoever wins the most games, or who had the better season actually deserved. Because all of that you pretty much dismissed. You dismissed all of that. I could understand if we had lost the game, but the fact that we were undefeated and we still continued to win after we lost our quarterback, we still got punished anyway. Do you agree what happened with Georgia was justified?
I'll probably say no, but what happened to FSU was garbage. I'll explain in a second, but go ahead. You can read this.
Yeah. So even Ron DeSantis, got involved. So I decided to put these posts, together and my post on Twitter. What we learned today is that you can go undefeated and win your conference championship game, but the college football playoff committee will ignore these results. That's exactly what I just said just a few seconds ago. Everything that Florida State did, it didn't matter anymore. Because one quarterback means that he is more important than what you accomplished the whole entire season. Congratulations to FSU football on an outstanding season and winning the ACC championship. Well, yeah, congratulations to them for winning the ACC championship, for being the best in our conference, but that still didn't mean anything. Screw those guys. They can't do their job correctly. And frankly, I'm grateful that now they're going to extend, the playoffs. What were you going to say?
You want my thoughts, or do you have anything else to share?
I just want. Yeah, I want you. I'm curious to what you have to say.
Okay. So as a committee, they're first off, everything that's going on in college football has to do with money. Everything. Because right now we're about to expand to a 12-team playoff, which is a fucking joke. First of all, what do we need? What do we need 12 teams in a playoff for?
Okay.
You're just taking more of their time away from school, which I know you guys don't give a shit about. And what do we need 12 teams for? 14. No, here's how it should have gone.
Okay.
You have the top conferences in the country. I don't know if it's, like 4 or 5. Everyone's moving to different conferences now, right? We have a Big Ten. Big Ten gonna add what, 2 more teams, right? They're gonna add, and all the teams are in one area, right? One central area, right around that Central America area,
Yeah.
the central part of the United States. Yet the 2 teams that are coming in, UCLA and USC, they play in the fucking Pacific. So you're always gonna have one team fly all the way to California. When you have all these teams clustered together, now you have each of them having to go to California because they don't like their TV deal with the Pac-12, so we're just gonna move to the Big Ten. Oh, it's a giant clusterfuck. Giant clusterfuck, right? And all this is about money. But here's the part that pisses me off most about what they did. Okay. When it comes to the committee, their job is to pick the top 4 teams, right? And you can make an argument with the Travis Benjamin injury. Is it last name Benjamin?
Who are you talking about? A quarterback?
Yeah.
No, Jordan Travis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so he with him being hurt, you can make a good argument that Florida State is not one of the top 4 teams in the country. You can make that argument. The problem is that you've already set the precedent that if you win a Power 5 conference undefeated, you should be in a champion. You should be in the BCS championship series. You should be in the top 4. And this idea, all of a sudden, I heard Kurt Herbstreit say this, right? Oh, he feels bad for FSU, but the committee takes everything into account, including significant injury. When the fuck did that happen? This is the first time I've ever heard this. This is the first time I've ever heard that. Oh, significant injury plays a part. So let me get this straight. So when Kevin Durant got hurt in the NBA Finals, right? That's a significant injury.
Yes.
Did they call the Houston Rockets, be like, "Oh, hey Houston, since Kevin Durant can't play no more, Golden State don't have a shot, so you guys can come in and play Toronto."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, when did it become the cool thing to blame because you have a major injury that you're not allowed to play? Those players earn the right to decide whether or not they can compete for a championship. They earn that right.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be taken away because of one injury. If they're not good enough, that will be dictated on the field. You could dictate that on the field. And I saw Stephen A. Smith say this. He said this on Twitter. Oh, well, I feel bad for everyone. Feels bad for FSU, right? Mm-hmm. I guarantee you, if it was Miami, no one would feel bad for them. But that's besides the point.
Okay.
But I feel bad for FSU. But you guys blame TCU because of how they performed when they gave them a chance to get to the championship game. When they actually won a game, but then they got their ass whooped by Georgia. Did they earn their spot to be in the top 4? Yes.
TCU, yes. TCU, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And just because they got their asses whooped by Georgia doesn't mean that they didn't deserve to be there.
Correct.
What it means is that they just fell victim to a better team at that time.
Yeah, a far better team.
It is what it is. Like the Seattle Seahawks got their asses whooped by Denver. No. It was Seattle that beat the crap out of Denver in that Super Bowl. Does that mean that Denver didn't deserve to be there? No. You know what I'm saying? Like, this idea now all of a sudden now all injuries now play a part. That should be dictated on the field. You should get you owe them the opportunity. You owe that coaching staff the opportunity to give his team, who went 12-0 in their season, including winning their championship game. They earned the right to prepare for a month to face whatever opponent they went to go face in that championship because they completed all the criteria. I didn't know the criteria was you guys have to go undefeated plus your quarterback has to be healthy. I didn't realize that was the case.
No, I didn't know that either. I didn't know that.
So my biggest issue is that you decided, hey, you know what, because you guys struggled to score touchdowns, that we can't have you in the championship game. That's horseshit. And a 12-team playoff is not going to cure that. I don't understand why we need 12 teams in the championship series. It's dumb to me.
Oh, so you think that they should remain with 4?
No, here's what they should do.
Okay.
You develop a conference where you have the top 6 or 8 conferences, and then if they're going to do 18 playoff, you have 8 conferences, and the best team from each conference competes to win the national championship.
Well, here's the problem with that. I think we have like 10 or 12 conferences as a whole.
That's true.
So if you want to reward every single team that was a champion in their conference, it's still going to be a 12 playoff team anyway.
No, let's be real. They don't give a shit about these non-Power 5 conferences. It's the reason why UCF didn't get a chance to compete for a championship, because they played in a conference that they didn't care about. I mean, it is what it is.
You talk about the time when they had back-to-back undefeated seasons, right?
Yeah.
It
is what it is. It's the system that we have.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember how
the one thing that I had a Power 5 conference and you go undefeated, you should be in the top 4. You should be in the top 4. Easy.
Yeah.
I'll give you the last word.
Personally, for me, the way how they are doing it, with this 12 playoff spot, I think it's a little bit too much. What I thought they were going to do is have it, similar to how it's done in the NFL. But for me, I think they should have extended it to 8 spots, the same way how it's done in the NBA. Excuse me, a 1 seed all the way to an 8 seed. I think that's how they should do it. And I know what people are going to say. Oh well, but the 1 seed will always beat the 8 seed in a football game. Understood. I can 100% completely understand that point. But at the end of the day, though, it is still far better to have multiple teams having a chance to compete in the playoffs than to just have 4 where you have 2-3 additional other teams that get screwed over. I'm sick and tired of seeing that over and over. There's no way you can expect me to actually believe in the whole entire country there's only room for 4. I don't believe that. I don't. We've seen over the years with like we mentioned with UFC, UCF. Not only did they become undefeated, but they also beat Auburn, which that same year, I believe that year they beat Alabama, and I think they beat, I can't remember who the other team that they beat that year, but they had beat one of the 2 top teams that I don't know, it was Alabama. I can't remember who the other one was. Maybe it was Georgia, or I don't know if it was Georgia, Clemson, or Ohio State. I don't know who it was. Do you remember the year when they said that Auburn had the best resume when they beat Alabama and another top team? Do you remember who the other team was?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, yeah, but one of them was Alabama for sure. And what did UCF do in the bowl game? They beat Auburn, and then everybody looked stupid and were saying, "Oh, you know what? Maybe we should have given them a chance." And the following year, despite of them beating Auburn, they still put them in their like 15 slot. So you never gave UCF an opportunity, and I could completely understand why my brother was so pissed off about that. And I get it. You have to face good teams. You have to face good teams, but at the same time, even though that they were playing in a bad conference, most of the teams that UCF had defeated, none of the teams could compete against them. So at the very least, you could have used that as some sort of leverage to justify that they should have been in the playoffs. But all that besides the point. At the end of the day, I think they should have done an 8-team instead of 12. I think 12 is a little bit too much.
Yeah, I would have been okay with. I would have been okay with 8.
Okay, so
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because you had the 5 conference champions from the Power 5. You had, I think David, who he actually liked the new format, but he did mention bringing one non-Power 5 conference team in there, like a UCF would be in there, or Boise State back when they were really good, teams like that.
Hold on, let me see. I actually like the new playoffs. The top 6 conference champions get in, which means one non-Power 5 conference will have a shot at the title. Well, I think the problem with that, David, is all the other conferences are going to complain because they all of them are going to say, oh well, if you're going to include this non-5 top 5 conference team, well, what about us? I'm a championship. I'm a champion in my conference too. I guarantee you that's what the argument is going to be. They're going to say, well, we are also champions. We should also have a shot because we, won our championships in our own conference. But I think you had said, well, those conferences don't matter.
Yeah, they to the committee, they don't matter.
Oh, okay.
But if you have a team like a UCF from a couple years ago, if they're undefeated in their conference, they should have a shot. They should have a chance.
I agree.
But the problem with FSU, the reason why it's more egregious with FSU, because this is the criteria that they created. The committee created this criteria for these teams, and it happened. They did it, and then they're like, "Well, yeah, but your quarterback got hurt, so we can't have you in." So we feel like you're gonna get your head kicked in. And so that's why you can't. That's why you can't be in. And to me, a champion should be determined on the field, not in a fucking committee.
Correct.
And you gave them the criteria. They did it, and you still said fuck you. And I'm not saying that Alabama don't deserve to be in. Like, they beat Georgia, and they had a great. They obviously only had one loss. Like, I think Texas has one loss. Michigan's undefeated, and I think Washington has one loss.
No, I think Washington's undefeated too.
Oh yeah, okay, they're undefeated too. Okay, so they got so you can make an argument that they got the 4 best teams. The problem is that FSU was undefeated. They won their conference, and you're like, no, because you have an injured quarterback. That means you guys aren't one of the top 4 teams in the country. That should be determined on the field.
Yes,
it shouldn't be your opinion. It should be something that is determined on the field. If after a month goes by, they prepare and they lose, then it is what it is. It's unfortunate, but the fact that they don't even get a chance, that's horseshit in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And look, when it comes to you saw that they had to compromise everything because freaking Alabama beats Georgia, and they wanted to put Alabama in. They had to kick off Georgia also because they had to freaking put Texas in. Was it Texas that beat Alabama?
Yeah.
They had to put Texas. They had So you could clearly see that they didn't have a choice. Like I mentioned in the Discord, they did not have a choice because they wanted to put Alabama in. They knew that they had to remove Georgia and Florida State because why? Oh, Texas beat Alabama, so you had to put them in. You had to put them in. To me, I don't like this playoff. How this playoff is structured. I think this 1 to 4 was completely outdated years ago, like years ago, and I'm really glad that they finally decided to make this expansion. But this just really pissed me off. It goes to show that no matter how much work that you put in, you're not going to be rewarded for all of your hard work and dedication. You're not, and this is proof of that. And I was listening to one of the guys in a radio, and he was saying how, well, you see how this changes everything when it comes to recruiters and and coaches. Why in the world am I going to go to a conference where when I put all my hard work in, try to bring in the best guys, trying to coach the best guys, and yet we're not going to get in? They're just going to go to to the SEC, all the time. Like that's going to be everybody's first choice. And
I
go ahead.
remember that's why Texas is going to the SEC because they're going in for money.
Oh, they're just
They're
going
in
there for
the Big
money.
12, they're in the Big 12, and now they're going to Texas. Now they're going to the SEC for money.
For money. For
Like,
money.
all this stuff about college intuition and tradition, all the other they don't buy into that bullshit. All that stuff is just hogwash. That's all it is.
Yeah, and it's because when you all you care about is money, it just constantly it just dilutes the product as a whole. Because if they're I didn't know that they were moving. Like I honestly didn't know who you said that's moving again.
But Texas
Okay,
moving
so
to
Texas, they're going to the SEC now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that just make the Big 12 even far worse, because now with the Big 12, like who they going to have now? With just TCU?
I think isn't Oklahoma? I mean I heard Oklahoma. I heard Oklahoma's probably moving. Isn't Oklahoma moving also?
Oh, I think you're right. Wow.
So you got the two top teams in your conference moving.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What's even the purpose to even have a Big 12 anymore? Like those other teams are garbage. Those other schools are garbage.
That's how the Big East got the Big East still exists, but it's no longer a Power 5 conference because Miami and Virginia Tech moved.
You see what I'm talking about, man? Like, but at the end of the day, I actually like the fact that they made the extension. I don't like. I think 12 is a little bit too much, but I'm okay with it because at the very least now more teams are going to have a shot at the playoffs, and that I could appreciate. And hopefully now the freaking committee just get out of the way. This will actually now.
No. They're still gonna pick the teams. They're still doing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, and they're gonna continue making all these stupid mistakes, like they did with this season. But you know what? Look, I'm a huge Florida State fan. I'm really happy that they accomplished everything. I'm happy that they continue to win games despite of Jordan being injured, which goes to show that they are definitely a well-balanced team, but yet they're not going to get no shot whatsoever. So now they're going to have to play in this meaningless ball game, which is not going to get you anywhere because you're not going to be able to compete for a championship. And for what? I don't even blame them if a lot of those guys decide not to play because they got screwed over.
They're playing the Orange Bowl, so that's a big bowl. But even with what you said, it's not for a championship. It's not for nothing.
Yes, it's just it doesn't mean anything. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say it doesn't mean anything. But the fact that you were a playoff team competing for a championship, now you can't compete anymore. So it's with the comparison, it's meaningless.
All right. So let me read some comments here. Yeah, it's a stupid reason. Ruben's in the chat. What's going on, bro? Yeah, injured quarterback. They came back against the Ducks in the fourth quarter. I was shocked myself. I remember I remember the days where there was no playoff. 4 playoff team was a sad excuse for a playoff from the beginning. And I would agree with that, but to me, here's the thing, because back in the day, they pretty much just picked whoever the top 2 teams who they felt like were chosen, and they won for the championship, right? And they would have like co-champions once in a while. So yeah. I don't mind a playoff of some sort. The reason why I feel like 12 is too much is because the goal is to have the best teams play each other. And when you have 12 teams instead of like 4 or 8, then you're not getting the best teams. And football is a sport where anything can happen. Anything can happen.
So you think having 12 teams in the whole entire country, like most of them are garbage?
No, I'm not saying most of them are garbage. I'm just saying that the best teams, who the best teams are, and they're not that many. They're not that many.
I see where you're going with this, but remember, Hoovy, there's been plenty of situations like, I mean, I guess the SEC is the best example to use, because when you have a team like Georgia and Alabama, an argument could be made that, hey, it would be perfectly fine if both of those teams win in, and despite the fact that they're playing in the same conference. Like, I don't think people would necessarily mind if both of those teams went in. And I think we've seen that before also in the ACC when Clemson and Florida State was also in, despite the fact one of them, wasn't a champion.
Mm-hmm.
So
I get it, but like, to me, I just think having 12 teams, because not every conference is going to have 2 teams that are championship level. Sometimes you have a situation where you look at Michigan and Iowa. Like, Michigan is a lot better than Iowa. And I'm not putting Iowa in the top 12 college teams in the country. There's probably like 3 or 4 ACC teams, and there's probably like 3 or 4 SEC teams that are better.
Oh, they're better. That's better than Iowa.
Yeah, they're just a benefactor. They're just benefactor of being in a weaker conference.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
like,
I see what you're saying.
I mean, I just feel like 12 teams is too bloated. To me, I just feel like 12 teams are too bloated.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I think 8 teams, would be perfect, but I don't think I would, mind 12, because I guarantee you that we're going to have multiple seasons where there's going to be, 2 or 3 teams in one conference.
I got someone knocking on the door. Hold on.
What happened?
Go ahead. Continue. I have someone knocking on the door. Hold on.
Oh, okay. No, like I understand what Havino's trying to say. He's saying that it's probably too much, and you want the best teams that are out there. Like, but to me, with 12 teams, I still think you could. I think you could still accomplish that goal. You could still accomplish that goal, because when you have a conference like the SEC, you have a team like Alabama, you have a team like Georgia, and whatever. And in the Pac-12, you have Utah and you have Oregon in the Pac-12. And the ACC, you have Clemson, you have Florida State. So it's like there's going to be situations to where you would have multiple teams that are good that's in one conference. And if that's the case, I don't necessarily think it's foolish. I would prefer 8, but I don't think it will be foolish, to have a 12 playoff team. I don't think it'll be too crazy, because I do believe we're going to have multiple years where we have multiple teams that are really good in one conference.
Okay. What's up?
No, I pretty much said that I pretty much said that I understand, what you were saying. All I was saying is that we will. I'm pretty sure we will have multiple teams that are good in one conference. Like we see it all the time with SEC and the ACC especially. But I do believe that having 12, I prefer 8, but I think 12 is still fine.
Yeah. No, I guess so. All right, so let me read a couple more and then we can move on. I prefer the
Mhm.
playoff stance. It was all based on speculation and not on the field. This system isn't great either because we're here when the Knights were dominant and undefeated. They got locked out, considering that they beat the actual champions that year, making them co-champions and the team that that sparked the playoff contention. So
Oh, he's talking about UCF.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah,
Yeah.
like I
Trust
said,
me.
I don't mind. I don't mind the playoff at all. I just think that if you're adding more and more teams, you're just adding more and more. I wouldn't say mediocre teams, but not championship level teams. And I don't want that. I personally don't want that.
So, so one more time before we move on. How
Mhm.
many teams in total you think should be in the playoffs? If it's not,
Eight,
Oh, so you
eight,
agree with me? Eight.
yeah, eight's the perfect number. You can have
Okay.
your Power Five conferences. Then you pick the top three teams after that, including a team that's non Power Five. You give them a chance. If you have a team like, let's say what happened with Georgia,
Mm-hmm.
Georgia would qualify.
Okay.
And then another team who's really good. So maybe you would add, like a Oregon, like yeah, or Oregon. I think they were the one that were in the championship game against Washington, right? So yeah, you would add Oregon,
Mm-hmm.
you would add a non-power five, and you would add Georgia. You know what I mean? As long as you add the Power Five conference champions plus the three best teams after that. Because if you
They
win,
Go ahead.
if you win your conference, you should be in contention to win the BCS.
The only your the way how you constructed your how you want the playoffs to be. The only issue that I have with it is that because you mentioned the top five conferences, like you mentioned that, and then you said, I guess the other conferences that are good, they could go in. The problem is that still leaves out the second or third best team within the top five conference. So with the way how you were constructing it, Georgia would still be left out. Like
No,
if the way how you handling it today, Georgia would still be left out because they're not champions now.
yeah, but they're easily one of the top three teams that are not in that are not in.
Yeah, but
That,
but you said the three remaining teams will be the other conference champions, right?
no. You have
Okay,
five
okay,
your five conference champions plus
okay.
the three best teams in the country,
Oh, okay, okay, okay,
and
okay,
one of
okay.
them and one of them has to be a non-power five team.
One of them has to be a non Power Five team. Okay, I
Mhm.
got you now. Okay. That yeah, with that, yeah, Georgia would be able to go in because I thought what you meant was the top five and whoever is champion in the rest of the conferences. That's what I
Yeah,
thought you meant.
yeah. All
Okay.
right, so we got a first time comment from the fifth watch captain. Thank you for watching. FSU QB should get the Heisman then to prove what they said is correct and finish the cover up. How much does Michigan and Alabama tickets cost? A 13-0 FSU season priceless. No, he's right about that. If he's so important, then he should be the Heisman Trophy winner.
You know what? You know what? That would be a very good consolation prize.
No,
Yes.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't be okay with that.
Oh, you wouldn't.
No.
Oh, you don't think he should win Heisman? Okay.
No. I mean, like I don't know. I haven't heard him in the Heisman Trophy talk, but what he's saying is that because he's hurt, that means that he's so valuable to the team that he should be the Heisman Trophy winner.
I see what I see
Yeah,
what you're saying.
no problem, man, no problem.
Yeah.
We try to read as many comments as possible.
Yeah. Fifth watch captain. I'm pretty sure this is your first time, and I'm trying to see if I know you personally. I'm not really sure, but appreciate you coming in and joining us. Yeah, whatever comment that you have, yeah, trust me, we're going to read it and we will definitely acknowledge you. Definitely acknowledge you. But the last thing I want to say, I do like your format. the thing is, I still appreciate
Nice.
having 12.
That's it for your comments about FSU.
Oh, I think
Look.
I think he had disconnected somehow. What I was trying to say, is, I like your idea. I really do. I do like your idea. The only thing is, I still believe, although that you're right that the other conferences, may be garbage, probably have, maybe garbage. But if you're a champion, you're still a champion, and I think they still deserve at least a shot. They deserve a shot, because then what's the point of being a champion in your conference if you're not even going to at least, have a shot? So I think they should at least have a shot of it. So I think 12, and the only way to accomplish that is if you have a 12 playoff team. So I'm okay with 12. Let's just see how it works for now.
Okay. All right. So moving on to the next topic.
Yeah.
He's an OU fan. Okay. Shout out to you. All right. So moving on, Josh Giddey. What do we have to say about Josh Giddey?
I think you said you was gonna look for the article, right?
No, I look for my portion of the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the article?
Yeah. Let me share it real quick.
Yeah. We don't have to spend too much time on it because we don't know too much about the situation. I will say this.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. Read the article. I'll...
No, go ahead. I'm trying to pull it up.
Okay. Now, I know people are gonna say, "Oh, just allege." No, there's nothing alleged here. There's nothing alleged here. Now, there is talk about whether or not he knew this girl was underage. So we don't know what he knew or what they don't know. The thing that's interesting right now is, one, he's still playing. He's still playing, and that's something that is very unique because there was another player, and while you get the thing ready, I'll share. Oh, you ready?
No, you could show the player that you're talking about. Go ahead. I'm actually curious.
Yeah. Okay. So when this something similar happened to Wander Franco. Now, who is Wander Franco? Wander Franco is the shortstop. He plays baseball. He's a shortstop from the Tampa Bay Rays. And every time we talk about baseball, we always talk about the Rays. You always notice that?
That we always talk about the Rays? Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me see if they have a picture of him. Bless you. Yeah, so they don't really have a picture of him right now, but he was a well-known, very good shortstop for the Tampa Bay Rays, right? And what happened to him is very similar to what happened with Josh Giddey. He was caught up in social media with a girl that was believed to be who was believed to be underage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing is, there are other parts to it that make the story a little bit hazy because there was talk that there was an extortion case going on around it where where the mother and the daughter conspired against him to get money out of him because he's from the Dominican Republic.
Mm-hmm.
And the family, the girl and the family lives in the Dominican Republic. So but when they found out about the investigation that was going on and him getting involved with an underage girl, they pretty much told him, "Yo, you're not playing anymore. You are not playing anymore."
Yeah.
So they didn't release him. Like I said, right now they reinstated him just now. Now, mind you, this happened. I want to say late September, and they're just now reinstating him right now. And they only did it because it's a procedural situation. That's the only reason why they did it. Now, there's a chance that he might not. There's a good chance that he might not even play next year. Because
really?
the investigation. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So
Wow.
yeah. So he like right now, like he better hope that he didn't know that she was underage, because if he knew, and you know, his career is over. His career is over. But this when it comes to Josh Giddey and what you're gonna show us, he got, like, apparently Oklahoma City knew about it. They knew about it and they still let him play. So either they know everything going on, or they don't have enough information, and it could be one of those two situations. Now, the thing is that the parents, this according to TMZ, they said that they're not cooperating.
That
They're not
Oklahoma City is
cooperating.
not
So
cooperating.
either probably no, that's the girl, the Giddy's girlfriend, the underage girl.
Okay.
Their family not cooperating. So I think that has to do with some money going around or something like that. They see dollar sign. That's why they're not cooperating. But anyway,
Okay, so
go
yeah.
ahead with your article.
So NBA star Josh Giddey alleged encounter with an underage girl happened 2 years ago, and they only spent one night together, according to a new report. Okay, this is interesting. Well, no, it's still not. Um, the
Oh,
Thunder
no.
guard.
I would say this right now. That's not based on based on some of the stuff that been going on. That's not true,
Yeah,
because she had multiple posts with him there. So they didn't spend just one night together.
yeah.
She had
Uh,
multiple posts with him.
correct.
So go ahead.
So the Thunder guard 21 is claimed to have believed California teen he was pictured shirtless alongside, and pics leaked on social media was 19 when they met at a nightclub in 2021, according to sources who spoke to Australian site Cold Sports. The post identified the Oklahoma City club featured in the video, and it has a policy of admitting people over the age of 18. After realizing the girl was under 18 the next day, Giddey is said to have broken off the relationship, according to the sources who spoke to Cold Sports. The age of consent in Oklahoma is 16. I see that this is the reason why I wasn't too quickly to call him this and that. How some people are saying he's a pedophile, or some people are
They're
saying,
calling, they're calling the next Karl Malone.
Yeah. This right here, in my opinion, this right here
Oh,
pretty much.
hold on. There is a fun fact that I do want to put out there. The youngest player with a triple double ever is Josh Giddey. The oldest player with a triple double is Karl Malone.
Wow, that's funny. That's funny. So this to me right here changes everything, because I remember, I don't know if you have participated in the Discord, but there were a moment where it was me, Dave, and Jabonis, and we were all arguing about morality and things like that. And he brought up the point that there's some countries, some states, that the age of consent is 16, 15, and and other countries and things of that nature, so that you cannot label them as a pedophile or whatnot, because the age of consent is that age, like they're in the proper age. So to me, although a lot of people will still say it's kind of creepy, even though it's legal, because let's be real here, if some states said, oh well, the age of consent was 15, and let's say she's dating so at 15 you're what, a freshman, maybe a sophomore, and you're dating a 21-year-old or 22-year-old, a lot of people will still come to think of that's kind of weird, that's kind of creepy, even if it's legal. A lot of people will say that's a very creepy thing. But even with that, if it's legal, he's not breaking any laws. And because he's not breaking any laws, I could understand why OKC is still allowing him to play. And the guy's good. Like, let's not think this dude is some type of a lousy role player or some bum. The guy's good. The guy is good. And because he's good, I think that's the other reason. Because let's be real here. We all know how a lot of teams, they can't stand, the drama that's outside of basketball. They don't like distractions. You hear them talk about, we don't like distractions, etc., etc. But because he can produce decent numbers, of course they're going to allow him to play. And because he didn't break any laws, of course they're going to allow him to play. Now the whole thing about drama being happening and whatnot, I mean, it is what it is. But to a lot of people, what they're going to say, this is not really a huge story because he's not going to jail. He didn't break any laws. So, why are we wasting our time talking about it? That's what some people are saying. But I'm going to continue reading on. Do you have anything to say?
No, you continue.
All right. He's not committing. He has not commented on the allegations since they were made, nor has he confirmed having a relationship with the girl in question. In videos leaked online, Giddey addresses the camera talking to an unknown person and says, "What's up, my man? We're at the front of the club. Me and my girl about to head back to mine." Now, clearly, if you're going to sit here and say, "Oh, me and my girl," then obviously you claim her to be your girlfriend. You claiming her to be your girlfriend. And look, it's out in the open. People know about this. There's really no sense of hiding it anymore. If you're going to receive backlash, it is what it is because you still decide to stay with her. You put yourself out there in public, whether if it's at a club where pretty much she probably doesn't even belong to anyway. But nonetheless, you put yourself out there because you're a public figure, and you went to a nightclub to where thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people are probably going to see you. So at the end of the day, there's really no point of you trying to hide it anymore. You're out in the open. Well, let's continue. The Post had seen evidence that appears to confirm the girl in the picture is still a high school student who would have been under 18 years of age in 2021. She has not been publicly identified and has not spoken publicly since the alleged relationship was exposed last week. Reps for Giddey declined to comment when contacted on Friday. However, he remained under investigation by Newport Beach Police Department in California and the NBA over allegations he had an appropriate relationship with a minor. How is it inappropriate if he was dating her where the age of consent is at 16? This is the part that always confused me. What is there to investigate if he didn't break anything?
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
No, it's a California law, right? Did it say something about California law?
Newport Beach Department in California, yeah.
Okay, so if they're investigating, then whatever happened there, not in Oklahoma. And the age of consent in California is 18.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see why police in California is investigating something that happened in Oklahoma unless the situation happened in California. And where he met this girl, it was in California.
Okay. That's interesting.
That's the thing. No, you can get
okay. Adding to the mystery, Newport Beach police report obtained by the Post show he was pulled over in the neighborhood twice in 2 days in 2022. Reports obtained by the Post show Giddey was pulled over on July 17th and July 21st and ticketed for failure to display 2 license plates on his vehicle and failure to post a transponder on vehicle to pay by the plate payment. His reps did not respond when asked what he was doing in Newport Beach at the time, but he played in a game against the Golden State Warriors on July 15th in Las Vegas. So yeah, so like you said, he's continuing to play, and I think that's it with the article. Yeah, so that's better. So they're allowing him to play. Yes. And to be honest with you, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. And I was listening to one of the, I was listening to like a podcast, and they were talking about, well, we have to be consistent. If you're not going to fire people, if you're not going to, suspend people or whatnot, and he brought the whole thing, with Kobe Bryant. He continued to play even though he was accused was rape. He continued to play.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm telling you right now,
I don't think he ever got suspended.
I don't think so either. Nope. Kobe Bryant did not. So I honestly believe in this particular case, since he didn't really break any laws. Now, I'm definitely looking forward to know what happened over in California, like you mentioned. But at the end of the day, if he didn't break any laws while he was in Oklahoma, there's nothing to investigate. Let the guy continue to play. Leave him alone. Leave the girl alone until you can find any additional information. But they're not going to tell you anything. They're keeping their mouth shut. If he's not going to cooperate, if she's not going to cooperate, you don't have a case anymore.
No, I did see that she did hire her family hired a lawyer, and it's a well-known lawyer too.
Well,
So,
why are they hiring a lawyer for it?
I don't know, to represent them.
Oh, okay. Well, if they're doing
I
it
don't know,
just to represent,
I don't know why exactly. I don't know what they need to be representing for if they're not going to cooperate with police. But it is what it is. Are you done with your statement, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's how I look at it. Now, again, like you said, that the precedent was with Kobe Bryant, and if OKC has the information and they feel comfortable with their decision, then I don't have a problem with it either.
Okay.
I just find it weird that in the NBA we have certain guys who get suspended. Like, let's say, for example, John Morant. Like, we know why he got suspended because he's an idiot. He's a dummy. That's why he got suspended.
Okay.
But
right.
is him getting suspended for the day that he got? I think he got like a 30-day suspension or something like that, 30-game suspension, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that worse for being stupid? Worse than the alleged incident with Josh Giddey? That's what that I can understand. Some people look at it and be like, oh, I don't know if that's the right. That seems weird, right? Because the thing is, I'm noticing is that people like Malika Andrews is getting a whole bunch of shit for not covering it the way that it should be.
Rightfully so. I'm glad that she's getting crap for it.
Right. So you're glad that she's getting crap for not covering it, as in, like, they're saying that she's not making a bigger deal out of it. That's
Correct.
why they're crapping over her.
Yes.
And right now, if you don't think it's a big deal, you don't think it's a big deal.
No.
So why? So you would be in agreement with Malika Andrews?
No, I think she. The reason why she's not covering it, I don't think it's because she's in the same position as me.
No, I think no. I hear what I think is going on with Malika Andrews. I think people hate her, and they find any reason to hate on her. I don't think, like, she covered the story, but they're not. What can she say? And I think a lot of people have this opinion. I think a lot of people have this opinion of her, like, oh well, what happened with the Brandon Miller thing? Because when Brandon Miller got drafted, she mentioned about the whole situation he got into where I guess a friend of his killed some other guy or whatever. And the thing is that she's reporting what happened. Now, if this situation came up and Josh Giddey was getting drafted, and she didn't mention it, then I would understand people hating on her. But that's not what the case is here.
Yeah, but what people were saying, like, I'm glad that you mentioned the whole thing, with Miller, and there was another person who I forgot who I forgot who it was, but she mentioned the person. No.
Oh,
Des
you
Bryant
talking
was
about,
yeah. There was somebody else, and then she was talking about his past, and she was talking about, like, I guess, laws that he has broken or whatever. I mean, she did not need to do that. She did not need. Why did you need to go there? Like, why are you bringing up a person's past, transgressions in your report, where all you had to.
I wish I knew who. I wish I knew who that was.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was, but at the end of the day, she has a history. And look, how I hate making everything a race issue. You hear me talk about it all the time in the podcast or in our chat. Not everything is a race issue, but when I hear a lot of people talk about how she didn't say anything about with Brett Favre, how she didn't say anything about Dana White.
Oh, wait. Time.
And how she didn't say anything about Josh Giddey. When people are saying these things, go ahead.
Here's the thing. First of all, what is she? She's an NBA. She covers the NBA. What does she have to say about Brett Favre? She covers the NBA. What does she have to say? What were the other names that you mentioned?
Dana White.
Dana White. Like, she covers the NBA. She works at ESPN as an NBA reporter.
Okay.
Like, and the Josh Giddey, like, she did a story on it, but what else did there to say?
She always expressed her opinion on it also, regardless if there's additional information on it or not. She always used to express her opinion, and a lot of people felt like she just brushed it off and wanted to move on, to the next thing, like as if she didn't take it seriously, like she usually does with other athletes or coaches.
I just think that people just hate her and they just find ways to criticize her for doing her job.
Oh, you think people are just hating her just to hate her?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I saw the video of her talking about the Josh Giddey situation.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole, and I saw the video of her talking about the Brendan Miller stuff, which is relevant because he's getting drafted. Why would you not mention the situation that happened with him and his friend? Like, he almost got in trouble for it.
But this is supposed to be a celebration of him going into the league now. Why do you have to bring up? Why do you have to bring that up?
That doesn't mean that the past doesn't get brought up.
Okay, but why bring it up at that time? Why that time you have to bring it up for?
Because it's a story. It's pretty much a storyline.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know.
I think here's the thing. Like, the Brendan Miller got drafted. When did he get drafted? This year, right? Yeah, this year, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this year, right? He was the number.
That I don't remember. I don't know.
No. Damn, fuck. Let me look this up. When did Brendan Miller get drafted? Because it had to have been this year. Yeah, it had to have been this year. I didn't look on my phone. Go ahead, continue. You can continue talking.
Yeah. So when people are constantly, criticizing her, they're pretty much pointing out that look at her track record. When a white guy, does something, she's all silent about it. She doesn't want to say anything about it, or she just tries to brush it off. But when it's a black guy, she does everything that she tries to do to attack the person. And to me,
okay, yeah, he got drafted this year. Okay, I figured that.
Okay,
good. Yeah.
So so to me, when people bring that stuff up, and again, I hate trying to make things a race issue. I'm not the one that's easily like to pull the race card. I don't. The only problem in this particular case with Malika is that when people are bringing up all the consistencies when it comes to what she's been doing to the blacks and what she's not doing with the whites, I mean, they have a case. I'm not saying that they're right. I'm just saying that they do have a point. At least they have something to support their claim or to support what they're criticizing about Malika. That's all I'm saying.
I don't agree, because here's the article that I'm reading right now on my phone. Right, wrongful death lawsuit filed against ex Alabama star Brendan Miller. He's still dealing with this right now. So how is it that she can just him getting drafted and not mention it? Yeah, it's a celebration, but it's also a reality that he's still facing right now. It's still a reality that he's facing right now. Let's say if Wembanyama got drafted, right? But there was a story where he got arrested, like when he was in 6th grade, because he stole a pencil or whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If she brought that up, then yeah, I can understand you guys. Getting crazy over that.
But isn't that the same thing? Bringing up something
No,
that has no relevancy to the draft.
I mean, him like it may not be relevant to the draft, but if it was a situation where it could have been worse, like it could easily have affected him in the draft. It could have, because you have a guy
that I would have completely concurred with you if he was drafted much lower because of that. If that's what happened, then of course you have to bring it up. You have no choice but to bring up what he did in the past. When it comes something unlawful that he did, if it affected or compromised his draft, then yes, of course. But in this particular case, it did not.
But it could have. But I remember hearing that story. I remember hearing that story. That's a big, and it's a situation that he's still currently dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
And if she had just said that, congratulations to Brandon Miller and all the other stuff, and not mention, something that he is still dealing with, yeah, I don't think that's a good thing.
Also, so you in agreement with her for bringing that up?
Yeah, because that's her job.
Oh wow, okay.
That's her job. Like I said, if she mentioned something that happened when he was like in 7th grade and it was something minor, then I can understand. But like, that was a huge story. It was a huge story. And as far as like the Josh Giddey thing, I just think that, and I think I saw Stephen A. Smith talk about it on his podcast, where they said he pretty much defended Malika. He defended her and said that, we don't really have all the information that we have right now when it comes to Josh Giddey. The only thing we know is that he knew who she was. That's all we know.
Yeah.
So,
well, okay. Let me see. So you 100% agree with him?
No, I don't. It's not necessarily. Look, to me, if OKC seems to be certain that nothing bad is going to happen, and I hope they're true, and I hope they're right, because you have this guy playing on your team. He's like you said, he's not a scrub. He's a very good player.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So if you have this guy on your team and it comes out that he knew that she was underage, that he knew that he was a pedophile, like I said, it come back on you tenfold. So I hope they know what they're doing.
Do you remember anything else, Steve? What Stephen A. Smith said about? Because I am very curious of why did he, defend Malika so much from what you're saying.
I think he explained it to where, like, he sees everyone is trashing her because of what you said, that she's not really talking about it or whatever. Like, you can't talk about what you don't. We can't talk about what you don't know. Can't talk about what you don't know. And just going out there being outraged for the sake of being outraged, like I think a lot of people are just gonna shit on her anyway. Then they're gonna turn it into a man versus woman thing. They're gonna turn it into that.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it'll go that far.
I think so.
I think it's just going to stick, with the whole race thing of how they believe that she just have a huge, dislike, a huge disdain, towards black men. I think they'll just keep it at that.
No, I don't think so because a lot of people hate her. And the funny thing is Jamel Hill was on Twitter defending Malika, and I remember I read this and I'm like I just started laughing. This guy was saying essentially that Malika and Jamel are anti-black.
For real.
Yeah, and she said that, and he said that about Jamel Hill. No, some people just don't know. I just feel like some people just hate on her for the sake of hating on her.
Wow.
Yeah, I just think. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I just think some people just hate on her for the sake of hating on her. I don't understand. Like I said, I don't know much about Malika, but I just feel like some people just hate her just for the sake of hating on her. And I don't think it's. I personally I don't see it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I guess I mean, I see, where you're going with this, and by the way, I remember now, because you asked, you trying to remember who it was. Do you remember how when Muzula first became the coach for?
Oh yeah.
She brought up his. I think he got arrested twice. She said. He got arrested twice.
And didn't that happen like a long time ago too?
Yeah, and then the question again, why would you want to bring that up? The guy just got hired. Why is that have any type of relevancy of now him getting hired, being the head coach? Why? People believe that she did that intentionally to attack him.
When it comes to that,
yeah,
when it comes to that came out of left field because especially if it happened. Like I know Missoula is fairly young, but if it's something that has nothing to do with what's going on, then yeah, I don't see why you would bring it up. Because you look at Mike McDaniel, right? Mm-hmm. I had no idea Mike McDaniel was a self-admitted alcoholic.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. I didn't see it reported. I didn't see it nowhere. He came out and said it. He did. I think he did a story feature on. I forgot which network it was, but he did it. Oh, it was. I think it was Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
And he told him that there was a time when I had a massive problem with drinking. Now it's not the same as an arrest. Definitely not the same as an arrest. So that is different. So because here's the thing. If you hire somebody and then a mugshot, you research them and then a mugshot comes up, you're going to ask them what happened.
Okay, that's fair.
You know what I mean? You're going to ask them what happened. And I heard a lot of the same thing happen with the whole Eric Bieniemy thing. Why is it that a guy who's been involved with the most prolific offense over the last 5 years can't get a regular head coaching job when you have other assistant coordinators get jobs like that?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people brought up his past. I think you even brought it up.
Yeah, I think I remember. I do.
So yeah, it is weird to bring up his past when it comes to hiring him. But if he has a mugshot and you didn't know that's something that you would want to know. If I'm hiring somebody, I would like to know what the hell happened. Regardless of how long it was, you do want to know what happened. Because here's the thing. Just because you get arrested for something once doesn't mean that you stop doing that thing. You probably stop getting caught.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I mean, to me, I just think people just hate on her just for the sake of hating on her.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? I just think people just do it just for the sake of doing it.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the. I'll just share this and then we can move on.
Yeah.
Like this was a tweet that Des Bryant. You went out of
Yeah, I
your
know.
way.
He went in on her.
Yeah, he definitely went in. He crucified Brandon Miller on the draft day over something he didn't even do. Why haven't you said anything about Josh Giddey? I advise you not to make this a black or white thing. I mean, look, people has already said that this was a black or white thing, a long time ago already. Your parents really raised you wrong, and just because you went, can you see? You can still see this?
Yeah, but you have to click show more.
Oh crap! All right, hang on. Yeah, I clicked on it and then where are you? Where you at?
Oh, it went to Twitter.
Yeah, it went to Twitter. Hang on. Let me share it again.
But the thing is that like if he like obviously like he may not have been guilty of what happened, but he's still paying that's still a part of his life to this day. So you can say he didn't do nothing, but like he's still dealing with that today.
So here it is, right here.
And she didn't crucify him. She reported on the news.
Okay. And your parents really raised you wrong, and just because you went to a private school don't make you better. You appeal, and I know you're kind. You're just a puppet. Oh my gosh. I don't know how a former or current NBA player would sit there across from you and look at you with some kind of respect. You know what's funny, about this one last comment? People talked about how she. Do you remember the whole thing with her and Giannis?
I've heard about it, but I don't know much about it.
Oh, okay. It was a time where I think they had lost. I forgot who they lost to, but they lost the game, and she pretty much made a report of how how he lost the game, yada yada yada. He got pissed off about it. So whenever whatever question that she had asked him, it was a good legit question. I don't care about the question, but he didn't like the fact that she did that. Whatever it is that she reported about him about the game that he lost, and then he just walked out. He didn't acknowledge her or anything, and then he just walked out. And people are saying that she has a track record of attacking black guys, and she pretty much is absolutely silent when it comes to white men. So look, I don't want to make this a black or white thing, but when people show you the evidence of her recent track record, how can you not say that, well, it's a possibility that she is only attacking black people when the track record is there? So that's pretty much all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, if you're going to question it, I don't mind you questioning it. I'm not going to label her as being a racist, but I see why people are thinking that way, because the evidence is right there. It could be a coincidence, but at least they have something to support their claim now. But I know you disagree, so that's fine.
No, I just don't. I just feel like a lot of people just attack her for the sake of attacking her.
Yeah,
especially with what Des Bryant did. I think he went like way overboard. But, it is what it is. Like I said, whatever happened with Josh Giddey, we'll find out about it later. We'll see.
I mean, yeah, it's not just him. I remember, not too long ago, Kwame Brown, attacked her, for her stuff. So I mean, look, she's been getting attacked by a lot of. We're not just talking about average people here. Like we're talking about people who have status, people who have recognition. They're attacking this woman. So yeah.
He's in the NBA dating a girl that's getting taken to school and back from her parents. His teammates aren't passing him the ball as much anymore. I have to see. I have to watch the game to see. All right, so
interception! Oh my gosh, that they messed up on that play. Oh my gosh.
Let me see.
Oh, they messed up on that play. Oh man, I thought they were trying to do like some kind of flea flicker or something,
Mhm.
and then it was intercepted. Well, this game is close though, man. This game is good.
Prop to Cincinnati, man, because like I said, without Burrow, they're still fighting. But it looks like Jacksonville got the turnover.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, he's gonna show it right now. You could probably watch it right now.
Okay. Yeah, I have the game on. We have the game on right now. Let me see. Oh wow. Wow, they went for a trick play.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
And he's on my fantasy team.
Wow.
And he's
That's
on my fantasy
unbelievable.
team.
It seemed like he was lost. Like he completely lost. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. That was crazy. Yeah.
All right, so 19 where 17 isn't pedophilia. Like you said, we don't know we don't know exactly how old she was. Like I said, like if it's in California and she's like even if she's 16, and I understand that they're close, they are close in age.
Mm-hmm.
Than what happened with Karl Malone. I think Karl Malone, I think the girl he was messing with was 14.
Oh my gosh.
Like I think he was 14 and she had the baby. So yeah, so you have that. But even with all that, the consent is 18. And if you're 19 and she's 15, yeah, you're gonna get in trouble for it no matter what.
Well, but here's the thing. I know we have to move on, but there was something that you had said in our private chat. I think just last year or two. I think it was just last year, and I remember you had said this. So let me see if you still hold the same position. I remember you had mentioned, because we talked about, do you think it's okay for an 18-year-old to date a 15-year-old because they're still in high school?
Yeah.
And there are some guys who are 19 because they got held back, or they were born late, and then so they started school like at 6 or whatever. So if an 18 or 19-year-old is dating a 15-year-old, I think you had said something. Now I can't say in verbatim, but I think you had said something down the line is, well, if they're still both in high school, a 19-year-old could still date a 15 to 16-year-old because they're still in school. Because they're still. Go ahead.
If they're in school, then, and let's say, because I mean we've seen it happen. Like a senior will go out with a freshman or whatever.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. Yeah.
And to me, like I think it should be okay, but like you also need to make that relationship. You need to make that known. You definitely do need to make that known.
Make it known to who?
To the everyone that you met her in high school.
Oh, you're talking about outside of high school?
Yeah.
Look,
Because we're going into like gray areas and stuff like that, right? Because naturally a 4-year difference isn't a big deal unless you're in the unless you're in the consenting adult age. Because it's kind of like drinking when the drinking age is 18, but you're 17. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or if you go to a strip club and you're 20 when the age is 21. You know what I mean? Like we're going into like gray areas like that.
So should the 18, 19-year-old stop dating the 15 or 16-year-old once he graduates or when she graduates?
I think it depends on the situation. It depends on if the parent. It depends. To me, it really does depend if the parents, if they're there, are okay with it.
Okay. So, so if that's the case, then you can't call him a pedophile anymore. Then you
no,
can't.
I'm not calling him anything. I never call him a pedophile.
No, I'm just talking about in a situation like that. Yeah, in general. So, because to me, I felt like if you were 18-year-old and you're a senior and you're about to graduate and you're dating a 15-year-old, and even if you're 19, like I mean, it's only 4 years. Like you're still, within, that range. The only difference is, okay, you just graduated, and you can. And to me, if it's okay for him to date, that doesn't him graduating, then that just doesn't change anything. I don't think it doesn't change anything because okay, now you're not in school anymore. But from what you're saying, well, as long as you are in school, then it's perfectly fine because they're still in your social circle.
Yeah, and as long as the parents approve, then it's fine.
Okay, all
Because
right.
because you remember, like if they're 15, then they're still under the legal guardianship of their parents.
Correct.
So, yeah. All right. So yeah, multi. I don't know why your messages keep getting deleted. I don't know.
What was the question? What was the question that you were trying to ask? Like start putting, those what are those things called? The how okay, for example, how if you want to say a cuss word that they will put a like maybe a hashtag in between a particular word. Like what word are you trying to, like, if you're trying to say something like Trump, then yeah, it's not going to show up. If you're going to say anything vulgar or anything, yeah, it's not going to show up. I'm curious what you're trying to say. But the same thing has been happening to Ryan. I don't know why YouTube is acting like this, but yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is. We can't do anything about it.
Anyways, next one's you about Street Fighter.
Oh yes. Okay, Street Fighter. Okay. Let me get rid of these things. All right. We're going to gaming news now. And what I want to say is this: I'm going to try to keep this thing short because we still have plenty of topics to talk about, and it's starting to get late, and we're running on 3 hours. I want to say this before I read the article. I generally miss how we would get different rewards, costumes, skins, whatever you like to call it, extra weapons. I'm telling you right now, I miss those days, especially when you get far into the game, when you beat the game. When, to me, I think it just hurts the experience when now you pretty much just have to pay for everything. Like I feel like a sense of joy. Now this is just me personally. I'm not trying to speak for everyone. A sense of joy and a sense of, well, I accomplished something, and then I get rewarded for beating a game or doing a particular task, or I found some secret hiding place and whatnot, and then I get a special weapon or I get special clothing. Like, I don't know if that even still exists in video games anymore, because everything you just constantly have to pay for, and then it just gets more expensive. I really want those experiences again. Now you can say I'm nitpicking, you can say I'm being a crybaby or whatever, but at the end of the day, when everything is just about money and money and money and money, you're taking away of what makes the game so special, and you create an incentive to where there's really no point for me to work as hard or to put any effort in if I could just pay for this weapon, or if I could just pay for cosmetics all the time. So the reason why I'm saying all of this is because now Street Fighter 6, a game that me and Havino love like crazy, who Havino believes that we both believe this is the game that should win best fighting game of the year. Now, I still think it's probably going to be Mortal Kombat, but I do hope it's Street Fighter. Like, Street Fighter 6 is special. So what am I talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm talking about. So Capcom, hold on, this is the resume. Hold on, hang on. Let me try to look for it. Wrong one. Where are you at? Oh, come on. Wrong one. Come on, it's one of these tabs. I have so many tabs here. Like, my bad, everyone. Hang on. What am I trying to find? Okay, no. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. My apologies, everybody. Okay, I think I found it. No, that's PlayStation. All right, my bad, happen though. Go ahead and talk real quick. Let me try to find this thing.
Okay, so I don't know if you know this. You probably do know this, right? Now, if you add all the outfits, the three outfits, all the outfit threes, right? The third outfits of each character, right? Which is
you said Alpha 3?
No, three outfits.
Okay.
They call they're each character has like three outfits. They have their classic outfit, their current outfit, and then this new one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them are really cool outfits.
Yeah.
But if you add the price of all those outfits together, all 20 characters' outfits, it's under $100. Just under $100. If you buy every single one of those outfits for each character.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money, bro, for cosmetics. And I don't mind paying for cosmetics if it's cool. If it's good, I don't mind.
But not that's become subjective now though. So
obviously. Yeah, and look, these things are gonna happen. I always say this, right? And we talked about this in previous weeks, and I'll say it here. These games are cheaper than they want to sell it for. I guarantee you they want to sell it for more than just $70, $60, $70. That's why they had. You go ahead.
But the price has already increased to $70. They just increased to $70 just recently.
They want you to spend more than that. So we're just talking about GTA. We never even mentioned the fact that this game could come out at $100.
It better not.
Listen,
it better not.
If it does, I'm still paying for it. I ain't gonna shit you. I ain't gonna shit you now, bro.
Gosh.
I know I'm part of the problem, but I would absolutely buy GTA for $100. But I guarantee you most games. Okay. But I mean MK is dealing with the same thing. Like they have this seasonal fatality that they're charging people $10 for.
Seasonal fatalities.
Mm-hmm. Like each character does a seasonal fatality.
Having I think you're wrong here. Unless this article is mistaken, it says it'll cost over $100.
Oh, I forgot to include tax.
Okay.
Yeah,
so Street Fighter 6, it'll cost over $100 for every outfit 3. The highly anticipated third set of costumes has arrived, and with its fighting game fans continues to experience sticker shock at outfit 3 cost. So let's just do a quick reading and then I'll just share my opinion and that's it. Finally, the coveted outfit 3 update of Street Fighter 6 is here, and new costumes for the game, originally 18 characters, are live. However, there was one major question about the DLC still left looming, and that's how much do Street Fighter 6 new skins cost? We now have our answer, and it is par for the course for most online games. Each skin will cost 300 fighters coins, which equals to around $6. So every skin you need to spend about $106 if you are a collector. 106 if you want to grab every single one. Go ahead.
Let me say something. All right, and it is something that MK does. Every game does this now, where they add 2 currencies, right? And it's such horseshit that they keep doing this.
Yes.
Because one, I have no idea how to earn fighter coins. No idea. Yeah. I feel like I have to pay actual money to get in-game money.
Yes.
Which is horseshit. Yeah, they have currency where I'll make some money by playing the game. Yeah, that's fine. But they have this other currency where you have to essentially buy the coins. Pay actual money to buy the coins.
Correct.
And to me, I hate. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that strategy. Absolutely hate it.
Why? Yeah. Why can't we just have one currency? Why do we need two? What's the point of having two? They're doing we're doing. You're pretty much doing the exact same thing. You're just buying stuff.
Yeah.
That's all that you're doing. Why do we?
And I'll give him. What happened? No, let me give MK credit. Right. In Mortal Kombat, the gear that you earn it through playing the game. You could do the story mode. You earn pieces like that into the game, and you could earn like type of gear. And now Street Fighter 6 isn't designed that way because their costumes are not like they have outfits.
Yeah.
With Mortal Kombat, they have gear. They have outfits also, but they also have gear. Mm-hmm. So you can dress up the same way, but they'll have, like, let's say one Scorpion will have a different mask than another.
Okay.
Or he'll have, or like Kung Lao will have a different hat than the other.
Mm-hmm.
With Street Fighter 6, they do it in outfit. They do outfits, so they don't have different sets of. They just have outfits, so they have green, blue, whatever. And to me, I just all these costumes look good, but I'm not spending $100 on cosmetics. I can't. It's against my religion to do that.
You don't even believe in religion, but yeah.
Fact. But whatever religion I believe in, I can't justify spending hundreds of dollars on outfits. I can't.
Yeah. So yeah, let's just watch this real quick because I don't think it's that long. Game over, yo. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Is this the one? Yeah, I think this is the one.
Yeah.
Come to fight, then fight.
That outfit is cool. I like the outfit.
This is the classic Luke costume, is it? From 5?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I prefer his look on 5 than 6. I'm not gonna lie to you. But which one of these you said look cool?
I said all of them look cool.
Oh, all of them. Okay.
Then fight. That's keep your way. Perfect. You gonna keep me waiting, babe?
And this one, the Pammy one, is interesting because that's the outfit she was wearing in the Street Fighter 2 movie, where in the beginning when she killed the, how you call one of the ministers or some bullshit like that.
Yeah,
that was the outfit she was wearing.
I think I remember.
Yeah,
dude. Till this day, people still, this. We still have memes, and people are still talking about this stretch that Cammy does. For after all this time, clearly this will never get old. And I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah, it is nice to look at. Just to be honest with you.
Calm down, homeboy.
Yeah. Don't act like as if you don't appreciate it also. So cut the crap. You're not the saint around here.
Yeah, clearly you're not either.
Power.
I'm ready for you. Now's not the time for joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, the outfits look cool, man. But but to me, it's frustrating that I can't use the currency that I accumulated to purchase these outfits.
Yeah, and I also want to say it would be so cool if they could at least give us the option. Because bro, like I said before, when you get rewarded, for beating the game, because you already paid for the game, man, and now that you have to pay all this money, for cosmetics, at least put some of them out there where you could actually earn without actually having to pay for anything. But no, you have to pay for every single one of these. And dude, $6 for cosmetics for something that is digital and not tangible. I can't do it. I can't do it. Like it's too much. And look, you're right. Majority of them, do look cool. Some of them I'm just like, okay, whatever. Majority of them, does look cool. It's on a fighting game that that's special. And I'm saying to myself, okay, I appreciate the game. I appreciate what you do, Capcom, but this is just a cash grab.
Oh, clearly, this is absolutely
that's all this is. And to spend
$100. Wait. Let me. Okay, they did put a lot of work into the outfits. I will give them credit for that.
Okay.
So I don't want to call it a cash grab, but this is clearly egregious.
Okay, can I say that? Can I say it's all greed? Can I say that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah, they're being greedy. You're being greedy. All right, so let's make this quick. So while the price for everything may give you some sticker shock, it's important to note that $6 per skin puts Street Fighter 6 around the industry average for this kind of content. We can compare Street Fighter 6 to its contemporaries from other genres. That price point is pretty standard. Games like League of Legends, which I don't care for, Valorant, Apex Legends, and Smite all have skins that are significantly more expensive than any Street Fighter 6 is offering.
Well, Apex Legends, to my knowledge, is free to play.
Yeah, and I think League of Legends is free to play too. Isn't League of Legends free to play?
I don't know. One of you nerds in the comment section can confirm that.
I think it is. But here's the thing. You see, you see how this word here, it's the standard. So pretty much this is how it's going to be from now on, where it's going to be $6. And dude, I guarantee you, I'm going to predict that next year is going to go up to $7. I guarantee it. It's going to go up to $7. And bro, I cannot support paying $6, $7, or even $5 for all of these costumes because it continues to add up. It's one thing if you're playing, let's say you're playing God of War, or you're playing Horizon, or let's say if I'm playing a Zelda game. Okay, you have one extra costume that you could buy. Okay, that's fine. But when it comes to a fighting game, when it comes to Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, you have all these characters, man. Like all these costumes that you want to purchase, like it'll continue to add up. $6 after $6 after $6 after $6 after $6, bro. Like it definitely is going to hurt your pockets. And as much as I want to be a collector, and as much as I love Street Fighter, I cannot support this practice, man. They're just constantly taking money from me. I can't do this. Maybe one or two I could probably buy, but no, like this is just too much. We gotta go. Like I would like to read more of this, but we have to go. We have to go to the next.
And Rudolphi confirming that League of Legends is free to play.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay.
And for those, and my bad, Critical Drop. If you're watching, like, yeah, I wanted to read the rest of it. Like I know you're probably working and you're probably listening, but yeah, we need to continue to get the podcast moving.
All right. Next topic: RE6 remake, Resident Evil remake.
Okay, so we're talking about Capcom again, and because we're talking about Capcom again, at the very least, with this news, is actually some good news here. We actually have some good news, regarding Capcom. And what am I talking about? The good news. We have some good news for a change. The good news is that Capcom has confirmed that more Resident Evil games will be remade. Fantastic. Because I'm telling you right now, so far, every single Resident Evil game that has come out, that's been remade, has been masterpieces. Every last one of them. I haven't complained with not one remake yet. And for this was pretty much, at least for me, being a huge Resident Evil fan, this was the dream right here. to have one of my all-time favorite franchises to get a remake, especially if the game is old. So let's see what I'm talking about right here based on this article. You can see it?
Oh, let me prop it up for you. You're good.
Okay. So it looks like Cincinnati's going to score here. Okay, so Capcom confirms. What do I think they scored? Capcom confirms more Resident Evil remakes are coming. This is what I like. This is what I like. Good news. Good news. Good news. After the success of Resident Evil 2 and 3 and 4 remakes, Capcom has confirmed plans to continue the trend, although stopped short of announcing which Resident Evil game is next in line for the remake treatment. I'll answer that for you. I honestly believe the next remake, the next Resident Evil game that's going to be remade is Code Veronica. I believe Code Veronica is going to be the next game that's going to be remade. And it actually makes sense because I think it takes place after 3, I believe.
Mhm.
And so and because the game is somewhat outdated, because when Resident Evil 0 was made and Resident Evil 2 when the original Resident Evil was remade, although Code Veronica was good, it was nowhere near close to compare, those two games. Because I think that game first came out on the Dreamcast, I think. If I remember correctly. I can't remember.
I do remember it being on the Dreamcast. I do remember it on the Dreamcast. I don't know if it came out on other consoles, but I do remember it being on the Dreamcast, definitely.
Yeah, it came out on GameCube also.
Okay.
Yeah, it came out on GameCube, but it was just a port. It wasn't necessarily remade. It was just a port. So at the PlayStation Partner Award event in Japan, attend and translated by IGN Japan, Resident Evil 4 remake director Yasuri Anpo, whatever, said the company will announce its next Resident Evil remake in due course. Yes, Anpo replied when asked if Capcom wants to keep making Resident Evil remakes. We've released 3 remakes so far, and they are all been received very well. Absolutely. And you guys have done a good job. Since it allows a modern audience to play these games, it is something I am happy to do as someone that loves these older games, and we want to continue doing more. What game we will remake in the future is something that we would like to announce in the future. So please look forward to it. I'm pretty confident it's going to be Code Veronica. I'm pretty confident with that. With Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 remakes already out, thoughts turn to which game Capcom will tackle next. Fans have long called for a remake of Sega Dreamcast classic. Oh, see, just what I said. Resident Evil Code Veronica, which first launched in 2000. While the game was remastered for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, I don't count that, and it's available to play via backwards compatibility, a current gen remake would bring a new wave of players to the title on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. Now I played Code Veronica, for the GameCube, and look, like I said, the game was fine. The game was fine. The only issue, that I think I had was because since it was released on GameCube after I had played 0 and Resident Evil, the remake, it felt like a bit of a letdown, but I had to remind myself that it was released before Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil. So I really can't criticize it much, especially comparing to the other 2 titles. But my goodness, man, those 2 games were just phenomenal games. Now, as far as this one here, alternative choices include the original Resident Evil 0, or moving on to the more action-oriented Resident Evil 5. Here's the thing what I want to say here. I don't know if you remember the complaint I had with 5, where I said that it felt like because of the success, with 4, to me, although I don't think 5 was a bad game, to me, they made it more like Gears of War than an actual survival horror game. That's how I felt about Resident Evil 5. And I know what you're probably going to say is, "Oh, Steve, you need to be consistent." Because I said that its remakes are justified if they're old titles, whether if it's from Super Nintendo or a Sega game, a PS1 game, a 64 game. PS2, I mean, I guess I could understand if you want to remake a PS2 game, but not a 360 or PS3. However, Resident Evil 5 was a game that came out for 360 and PS3. So would I want a remake of Resident Evil 5? Because I believe that Resident Evil 5 was a letdown, if they could fix it and make it more of a survival horror game more than just a I don't know how they're gonna do it, because then it's not necessarily a remake, it's pretty much a new game. But if they could make it in a way to where it doesn't play like Gears of War and play like a traditional survival horror game, I wouldn't mind a remake of Resident Evil. I wouldn't mind it. I know it goes against my position somewhat. You could call me, you could say I contradicted myself if you like. You could say I'm.
Well, I mean, Resident Evil 5 is a PS3 game, so I feel like if you're 2 generations in, I don't mind a remake if you're 2 generations in.
Oh, I do. I kind of do. I think it's very difficult for you to remake a game that, because it's going to be hard to revolutionize a game that's already been in modern technology.
Mm-hmm.
I think making a remake of, let's say, Zelda for the Nintendo, or if they made a remake of Metal Gear for the Nintendo, it'll be complete revolutionary if they made a remake with this current technology, with the technology that we have currently. You won't have that type of leap when it comes to remaking a 360 game or a PS3 game. It's not even close. Not even close. So I would prefer them to make a remake of Code Veronica, but because of the complaint that people have with Resident Evil 5, including myself, I wouldn't mind if they start over. Start from scratch, make a remake of Resident Evil 5, make it a traditional Resident Evil game instead of a Gears of War game, and I'll be happy. I'll most certainly be happy with this. When developing a new game, there is no way to know what will be received well by the players, which makes it difficult. He continued. In the case of a remake, there are already players that have played the original, which I think can be seen as an advantage. We are very grateful to users that are vocal about their opinion. It allows us to develop with the player's opinion in mind. For example, if this is how the players feel, then maybe we can make it like this. I think this is one of the reasons why our remakes are so well received. They've been received because you do a very good job of you realize when you made Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6, that people started to constantly complain more and more and more about your franchise. When you decided to go back to your original routes, the original roots, the foundation of what made your game or what made your franchise special, of course people are going to support your stuff. And of course people are going to support all of your remakes, even if there are more newer titles like Resident Evil 5 was. So, like I said, this is good news. I know you don't care about the franchise, but I love the Resident Evil franchise. And I am looking forward. Let me see if there's any more. What's this? Okay. Are you seeing this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to whatever new Resident Evil video game that they are going to be remade. Like, do you have any thoughts about this?
No, not really. I like the idea of redoing, if they did a remake of 5, and if they did it in a way that, now you have to take into account where, like, again, I think you do have to. I don't think you want to change it completely.
Really?
But no, you don't want to change it completely. But you have to have it to where, one, it has to be single player. It can't be co-op.
Okay.
Like, if you want to give them co-op, then just give them this. What you gotta do, this along with Resident Evil 5, give them the original version.
You hope you realize that they make it only single player only, you pretty much change the game.
Yeah, that's why the remake is fine. That's why the remake is necessary because one, it has to be single player,
Mm-hmm.
and it has to be done in a different way. You can control the two characters, but it has to be done. I would say it has to be done the same way that they did it with Resident Evil 2 and 3,
Okay. Yeah.
where you get to you beat the game with one character and then you beat the game with the other.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to fix that final boss fight. That final boss fight was garbage.
Well, which one?
The one with Wesker, when it was one of those things where
Oh, that was a
you have
hard
to
hit.
punch a
Oof.
boulder.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Where you have to punch a boulder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that shit. Change that shit. But yeah, I don't mind the yeah, they're gonna redo the remake that they've done very well. I personally, I just hope that they don't prioritize this over making a new Resident Evil game. Keep doing the remakes.
Okay.
Just as long as you don't forget that the current Resident Evil game that you made has done very well.
Yeah.
Don't forget those. Don't be reliant on remakes.
Okay. Let me see if there's anything important here. I think yeah, I don't think we necessarily I need to read these. Yeah, it got a 10 out of 10. Okay, that's nice. Resident Evil came out in January. Okay, yeah, this is addressing the past stuff. I actually voted on here.
Mm-hmm.
I actually voted, and I had voted for Code Veronica, and then clearly majority of the people agreed. Over 7,000 people have voted, so yeah, for sure, this Code Veronica is definitely should be the next game that should be remade, and for me personally, with all the success that every single Resident Evil game that has been remade so far, and the money that Capcom has been getting, I'm super highly excited for the next remake. And so that's pretty much the good news that I have. They've done a good job with the franchise. Resident Evil Code Veronica I would like to have, and Resident Evil 5, yeah, I wouldn't mind a remake of Resident Evil 5 either. So that's it.
Okay. It looks like what's the name got hit. Oh, his ankle got stepped on.
Oh jeez. Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, his ankle got stepped on.
Man, having a 300-pound guy step on your foot. Oh my gosh.
Mm-mm.
You could tear your Achilles like that. The way how he stepped on it.
Yeah.
Now that everyone's on their knees, oh my gosh, no. Well, their season's over. All right, what's next?
Okay. Next up, last topic will be news on. We have some news articles on PlayStation and the Xbox. Now let's start with PlayStation first, because you sent me a picture of what's going on with Discovery and PlayStation. And I was actually watching a video on it before you popped up on the screen regarding Discovery removing content from the PlayStation Store.
Oh, did you have any thoughts about it?
No, I mean, to me, I didn't care at first, but when I'm watching the video and I'm seeing what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
what this is to me is the industry pretty much saying that it's pretty much what you've always said what was going to happen with them controlling your content, which is
and let me also say,
mm-hmm.
I think this is probably only the first or second time that you finally acknowledging what I said to be true. You're finally acknowledging my prediction, because I said this to you years ago, that this was going to happen. So I appreciate you that you are officially in this podcast giving me credit and giving me my dues. So I most certainly accept your credit, having. Now, thank you for the acknowledgement. Thank you.
I'm saying that in this case, that's what happened. And this is something that's not, and it's not exclusive to gaming. This is going on everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Because they brought up the example when Netflix came up the first time, right?
Yeah.
When Netflix came up, you could watch pretty much anything. You come up with anything you want. Oh, he's being carried to the back. Oh no, that's not good.
Oh, come on, bro.
Like, yeah. So you can get whatever you want, and you can watch what, because you look at the way cable was. Cable was a scam when you think about it.
Oh, cable
You're
for
paying,
sure.
yeah, you're paying all this money to watch what, like five, 6 channels, and YouTube and Netflix alleviated that. But
Correct.
what happened after that? Then every company was like, wait a minute, we should have our own streaming service.
Yes.
So they removed the content from whatever place they were at, and then they made their own. And now we essentially have the same thing that we pretty much hated in the beginning. We have, like, I have to search. I literally have to search for movies. I have like all these different fucking movie apps and shit like that. I have to figure out where things are all the time and all the other
Yeah.
crap.
Yes.
And he explained, like, she explained that it was just one of those situations of an industry, while crying about piracy, about how they steal from us, while you are literally stealing from, while you steal from, like, you guys piracy, you guys are stealing from us, while we are conveniently stealing from you. Especially in this case, because even the game, even the stuff that you bought is being removed.
Correct.
So if that's the case, then clearly there's obviously something really wrong going on here.
Yeah. And the video. How long was the video that you was watching?
About, I probably like 17 minutes.
Oh, that's too long. I was hoping that you could find like the key parts of what the video was saying, because I actually would like to hear what you was listening to, but don't worry about it. Here's the one thing. I'm gonna just read this one real quick, and then we'll move on to the to the next thing. PlayStation will soon remove digital content, like you just mentioned, from player libraries, even if they paid for it. Now, before I continue reading, before I read, I already am happy that having acknowledged that I was right officially. And I will also say, I told you so, Mr. Jabonis. If you're watching, I told you so. I told you that this is where the industry was going. And now the proof is in the pudding right here. I mean, the proof was already there. You were just too blinded. You were just too myopic to see it. But here it is right here before you, Mr. Jabonis. And who else did I was? Was it also you, Seafring? I can't remember. But I'll just pick on Jabonis right now. I've been trying to tell you for years, and in this podcast, that regardless if it's Microsoft or PlayStation or the movie industry, etc., they are trying to control you. They want to give you all these digital content, all these digital games, but there's a trade-off. They will have full control over all the products, and you are not. They have the final say of what comes in and what comes out. And there's nothing that you could do about it. There's nothing that I could do about it, despite the fact that we continue to pay for the service. So let's read. Let's read. PlayStation has begun emailing players to inform them that due to content licensing arrangements from 31st December, some Discovery content will be removed from players' libraries, even if they paid for it. The statement, which says the change affects only Discovery content for now. For now. You hear that? For now. It's just Discovery content. So clearly there's going to be more. Doesn't explain why content is being removed, nor apologize for it. Want to know why they don't apologize? Because they don't care. Why they don't care? It's because you are going to continue to support what they're doing by remaining subscribed to them. So they're going to continue to get your money no matter what. Why should they care? You're going to support them anyway. I know I'm not, but most people are. Let's continue. All it does is thank players for their continued support. What did I just say? What did I just say? Oh yeah, we thank you for your cash money. Thank you for your credit cards. Thank you for your debit cards. Thank you for PayPal. We will gladly take your money. Oh, and but by the way, while we're taking your money every month, this game or this movie or this whatever will be removed while you continue to give me money next month. That's literally what they're doing. Well, let's continue. As of December 31st, 2023, due to our content licensing agreement, the content providers, you will no longer be available to watch your previously purchased stuff that you bought, discovery content, and the content will be removed from your video library. The brief statement explains, we sincerely thank you for your continued support. Okay, so let me get this straight. We thank you so much for your money. Now, I'll say it for you. We appreciate for all of your money. And because we appreciate for all of your money, we are going to reward you by removing content from you. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this. All right. The decision wipes hundreds of shows and movies from the store and from players who own the libraries. So this is what I have just read. As many will expect, the notification has gone down well with PlayStation community, with some suggesting that this is the reality of an all digital future. See, when you don't have anything tangible anymore, when you do not support physical media anymore, the less control you will have. Digital content, even the content you pay for, is only ever licensed. That means the only way to preserve your favorite media is to buy physically. You see. Okay, for those of you who constantly support digital media, Riddler. For those of you who saying that digital media is the future, Jabanis, you guys, I've been trying to tell you. Oh, and Yoshi, you too. I wish you were listening, Yoshi. Yeah, you're. I'm not letting you go. Also, I'm calling you out on this. Also, this is what happens when you constantly in support of digital media. This is what happened. The less control that you will have, and the more money you're going to need to put out. And as a gamer, you should not be happy about this. Oh, but you know what's going to happen? I'm telling you what's going to happen. People are going to continue to support digital media anyway. There's no threshold. There's no type of resistance that's going to happen. People are going to buy and buy and buy digital stuff. That's what's going to happen. Although PlayStation didn't give a reason as to why the content was being withdrawn, and that's another slap in the face. The fact that they don't even say anything, that should piss you off. You bought the stuff. You should, whatever it is that you bought, you should be able to keep whatever it is that you have. Some suggest it's because the network merged with Warner Brothers. I don't give a rat's ass who they merge with. I don't care whoever they merge by. At the end of the day, whatever it is that you bought, we should have the right to keep. Last year, as such, licensing arrangement needs to be revised and renewed. Sony has patented an updated DualSense controller design that will provide players with the predictive AI assistance feature. This means the controller. I don't care about none of this. Let me see if there's anything else important. Okay, so pretty much with this article, Sony decided not to give you no explanation, regardless of what question that you have for them, no inquiry, nothing. They just give you absolutely nothing. No reason whatsoever. And to me, all that is just a slap in the face, because all they did, you know what they did? Is say thank you so much for being stupid. That's what they're doing. Thank you so much for being stupid. Thank you so much for supporting us. We will start deleting some content now. We'll gladly take your money. We will gladly take the money from you, and we are also going to remove content from you. That's literally what's happening. And have it out. I appreciate you, sir, Hoovy186, for acknowledging that this whole entire time, though I've been telling you this for years, I predicted this was going to happen, and it is happening. It's no longer happening very subtle anymore. It is happening now, and it's going to be the standard the more we continue to support digital media. That's all I have to say, bro. I told you so. I told you so.
Okay. They said, because this is what Warner Brothers, like Warner Brothers is the one that is part of the whole thing, right? They bought Discovery and all the other crap, right?
Yeah.
So what they seem to be doing is they seem to be making decisions in order to save money. That's part of the reason why the Batgirl show wasn't shown, isn't coming out, even though did he think that he missed it?
What are you talking about?
No, I'm watching the game. Did he made the kick? He thought he missed it.
Yeah, I thought he missed it. Oh no, never mind. No, that's somebody else. Never mind.
Anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah, what was I saying?
About the Batgirl, and then
Yeah. Oh yeah. So it seemed to me that they're making decisions to save money. And like you said, when it comes to these mergers, it just seems like they're in cost saving mode. That's what it seems like to me. And this could be one of those situations. Now, when it comes, if they're saying that they're going to try to renew the license and stuff like that, then every show, everything that was bought there should come back, and if you own it, if you own the license, then you shouldn't have to rebuy it.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think they're gonna do that.
No, I don't think so either. But if you bought it, look. Here's what I think. Because I heard someone say that, well, maybe they can sue, but I guarantee you they have these the agreements that you sign.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you they have these things in the contract that you sign that tells you, oh, you can't sue for this and you can't sue for that and all that other crap.
Yeah.
So they try to protect themselves with that. But to me, I just find the whole thing to be just scummy. But that's what business is. It's scummy. And I don't know. Like it's just horse crap. Like
it's horse crap. There's nothing but horse manure. And mind you, I did boycott last gen. And the more that I'm starting to read upon, what's been going on in the gaming industry, like I'm walking inch towards of doing the exact same thing all over again, because I don't like I said, I don't like the feeling of me not having control over my stuff, and I don't like the feeling of having not be able to have options to what games I want to play. Like I can't support an industry that does that kind of practice, especially if it becomes a standard. I don't. That's not what I want. And And frankly, man, it's just very disappointing that all the great experiences that when we used to have when we were kids, we just can't have them anymore. They're all being removed unless money is involved. So that's it.
Okay, and you. All right, so we're done with PlayStation. You wanted to talk about the sales numbers. Why
Yeah.
Microsoft don't release sales
Yeah,
numbers?
I
You can get
think-
the article. You can get the article. But I already know the reason why.
Okay. Look
And
for the article.
yeah, and the reason why is
Mhm.
because they're not winning. That's why.
I mean, that's pretty much a given, but
They're not winning. So like, it is what it is. Like, I read the article. I read the reasoning for it. And if that was the case, then why the hell do you still release consoles for? There's a reason why you still release consoles. And I guarantee you, if those console numbers were comparable, you would be bragging about it.
yeah.
And if you're a business, why would you not brag about it?
Correct. So I have the article here, but I'm not really gonna read. I'm just gonna read like the first paragraph and that's it. Okay, so here we go. So for quite some time, I let me say this, real quick. Usually, whether if it's consoles, whether if it's movies, and it's funny because in some comics they do the exact same thing where they don't want to reveal, especially during a time where people were just pissed off with everything going woke at the time, and when cancel culture was prevalent and everything. There are times where DC and Marvel did not want to reveal their sale numbers because people weren't buying the comics because they were just going woke so much. So it's funny how Microsoft is now doing the exact same thing, and I'm gonna have to say that I thought the exact same thing. What you just said, that they're not winning, and they feel probably embarrassed and ashamed to talk about their sales numbers. So in 2015, Microsoft stopped announcing Xbox sales numbers, and now the company has shed more light on that decision. Xbox CFO Tim Stewart said at the Wells Fargo 2003 TMT Summit this week that Microsoft doesn't publicly disclose these figures because, as Microsoft sees it, a unit sales numbers alone doesn't provide the clearest picture of how the Xbox brand is performing overall. For what it's worth, both Sony and Nintendo announce new hardware sales numbers every quarter. Xbox is understood to be in last place when it comes to console sales compared to PlayStation and Switch. And that might be another reason for Microsoft's lack of console sale disclosure. Stewart said at the summit at first it was like, what are you doing? You're the Xbox business and you're not giving us console sale numbers. That makes no sense. But it was really the first point of us saying, no, it's about content and services. Stewart said that he measured the success of Xbox by the number of customers he has, how much money Xbox makes as a brand, and Xbox is not only a console brand these days. Like this stuff just absolutely makes no sense. What does any of that have to do with sales? What does any of that has to do with profit margin? What does that have anything to do with? Oh well, because of services. That's why you neglect of sharing how much consoles you've been selling. The correlation of it doesn't make any sense at all. Like that to me, and I honestly have to me, this is just gibberish. That's all that this is. This is just gibberish. They feel ashamed. They feel embarrassed that they are losing once again in this generation, and that Microsoft and that Nintendo and Sony are annihilating them. Forget just beating them, annihilating them when it comes to console sales. That's it. They don't want to admit it, of course. But come on, man. Like you can't think of a different answer, or you want to talk about content and services. Services.
I mean that is their thing. Like they're banking on services. The problem is that I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to say, who's right or wrong or whatever. But I don't know if they're being truthful with their service numbers. I don't know because they haven't really updated us on what's going on with Game Pass numbers.
Yeah.
So I don't even know. I don't even know if they're being truthful with this. So I have no idea. It seems like they only want to showcase numbers that are beneficial to them. I mean, I get it, but shit, like I don't know, man. Like I can't trust them even with the numbers. Like, yeah, we know why they're not showing console sales numbers. They don't make them look good. We know that.
Right.
But when it comes to their other sales numbers, I don't know if I trust them in that either.
Yeah.
So
okay, so I'm gonna just read just a little bit more and then that's it. Before Spencer said console sales numbers are not really a reflection of how healthy your ecosystem is. Since when does that ever happen? In any business, whether if it's gaming industry, whether if it's comics, whether if it's movies, whether if it's when it comes to purchasing vehicles, when it comes to you owning a business and wanting to know what your profit margins are, since when has sales numbers are not reflected to how healthy the ecosystem is? Are you serious? The more people who buy your stuff, the more people who buy your products, clearly means there's a demand for your service. Like this is just plain he's just being idiotic at this point. Stewart said his job to help Xbox reach more people and to get Xbox users to spend more money. One way Microsoft is doing that is by giving players a diversity of purchasing options, including buying games outright, subscribing to Game Pass, or watching ads for mobile titles. Again, that shouldn't prevent you from telling us how much consoles you sold, because people are still buying your consoles anyway. The executive said regions like Africa, India, and Southwest Asia are not console first markets, so Microsoft is trying to push streaming and mobile games in those places. The mobile game business is, after all, the largest and most commercially successful part of gaming business overall. Stewart estimated the market for consoles are in the area of a couple hundred million, while the PC market is around 400 million. For mobile, though, the potential audience is in the billions, he said. This is part of the reason why Microsoft wanted to buy Activision Blizzard, so that it could hold of the company's mobile game franchises like Candy Crush, Call of Duty Mobile, Diablo Immortal, and Warcraft Rumble, among others. Stewart stressed that the mobile market is a tough business to break into, and now that it's blown Activision Blizzard, it is immediately a top player in the market. I mean, you could say, "Oh, it's stressed" or whatever, all you want, but you've already been succeeding, with Call of Duty, Warzone. You already been succeeding with that. So I don't buy that it's a stress market, for you guys when you already succeeding with some of the games that you already put down out there already. Anyway, looking further out, Stewart teased that Microsoft wants leverage Activision Blizzard experience in mobile to craft mobile experiences based on Microsoft owns IP. However, he didn't announce Halo Mobile or anything like that. It's still early days for Microsoft mobile games. So, look, man, when it comes to console wars, I remember all the times in the past, you, me, Jabonis, Randy, even my brother would get involved. We would have all these crazy console wars. Which console sold more, which console has the best games, etc., etc. These companies, obviously, when it comes to competition, they're trying their best to to outweigh the other company. Obviously, Microsoft is failing in that regard. So they feel embarrassed, they feel ashamed that they're losing again. And frankly, for me, all this pretty much does is just constantly, make you look bad against your competition. That's all it does. You're just hiding in some corner, you're hiding under a box, hiding under the mattress because you're afraid to reveal what your sales numbers are. And at the end of the day, if you're losing, there's one thing that you have to do: get better, make exclusive titles, give us better games, give us more games, give us a diversity of games, give us options. That's what you're supposed to do. But no, if you want to focus on giving us, different services instead of what is the most important thing, should be the primary, which is your games. And if you're not going to do that, then yeah, you're going to remain in third place, and you're going to continue to lose in competition. And what is that going to do? It makes you look like a freaking a freaking chicken, because now you're at the point where you still don't want to release how many games, how many consoles that you have sold. So look, if you're not going to improve on giving us exclusives, if you're not going to improve on making good quality, great games like we've been getting, with Zelda and Horizon and God of War, if you're not going to give us those games, then this is what's going to continue to happen to you. You're going to continue to remain in third place. That's what's going to happen. So, hey, that's the solution. And if you don't want to do it, then it is what it is. But I'm done.
I'm looking for. Yeah, I could have sworn I had the article somewhere. I I know I shared it to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to. I gotta go on. What's up? Let me see. Okay. Okay, so let me see. All right, let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find it right now. Whoa! What's going on?
What?
Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No, then my computer went out for a second. Okay. Excuse me. I mean, you could talk about something while I do this.
Okay. All right. So I think you're talking about the whole thing with Microsoft, right? That's what you were talking about. Yeah. Okay. Well, before we talk about that, I what I want to say is this also. I'm still in the exact same position where I was before. I'm not interested in Microsoft console. I'm not interested in Xbox console. That's not what I want anymore. Now, if you remember, I was such and so support of the Xbox 360, and to me, I don't know how in the world, when you go back and when you look back in hindsight of how Microsoft had performed, and how even with the red ring of death, people were still buying your consoles anyway, even though, despite the fact that people's consoles were pretty much broken, unplayable. And the reason why people continue to support your console is because of the games that you provide.
Okay.
It's all the games that you continue to provide. The reason why things has changed now is because of the lack of games. I mean, that's pretty much it. And then the games that you do bring out, they're not really that good. They're not that good anymore. So I mean, look, at the end of the day, man, I'm just not interested in Microsoft. I'm back in the same position to where how I hated the original Xbox. And when it comes to the Xbox Series X, yeah, I'm just not in support of it. Oh, this is your stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. So this is what the CFO of Microsoft. His name is Tim Stewart. Did what he said at a conference, a Wells Fargo conference, this a couple days ago, right? So this is important because I see a lot of Xbox dudes try to damage control this and there's nothing to damage control. But let me,
and really for
could you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
gaming it at Microsoft, when we look at what we've done the last 10 years and where we're going, we think a lot about the cross-platform play, which is I want to play on all the devices that I have and all the screens that I have. And I think that's really when I think it's the sort of holistic lens is the how do I make sure that we're on Xboxes and I'll say PlayStations and Nintendo Switches in a mobile landscape? How are we on mobile? And that's really maybe lastly is where we're going in this business is that expansion of operating leverage, where we think about placing our bets, first party, subscriptions, advertising. Those are all high margin businesses that we want to expand into. And what you'll hear from us more and more is a bit of a change of strategy. And again, not announcing anything broadly here, but our mission is to bring our first party experiences, our subscription services to every screen that can take that can play a game. That means smart TVs. That means mobile devices. That means what we would have thought as competitors in the past, like PlayStation and Nintendo. Right. We're going to NVIDIA, GeForce Now, their gaming subscription service. I know you're having Colette, I think, on tomorrow. You can talk to her about that. But when we think about taking our businesses to these endpoints, again, it's that high margin business to new gamers.
Okay. So you heard what he said, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Now, he is essentially saying that he wants to bring all the games to different places, right? He wants to bring it to different screens. He mentioned PlayStation, he mentioned Nintendo, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that obviously caused a ruckus because a lot of people have been saying that this is Microsoft's first step into going third party, right? Of moving away from traditional consoles and just being a third party developer.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing, right? Now, I don't know if they're gonna go full third party. I don't know if they're gonna make. They probably are gonna still make consoles, but they are clearly setting up a future where their focus will mainly be software, not hardware.
Yeah.
Because when you have Game Pass, you can't go all in on a software device unless you are willing to make it see it through. Like I said, all the stuff they're buying, Bethesda and Activision, that's not for no reason. It's not for no reason. They're clearly doing it for a reason.
Yes.
Right? So he pretty much outlined what their future is. Now, again, he didn't say that, we're gonna stop making consoles. He didn't say that we're going to, only make, they didn't say none of that. All he said was that, we want to bring Xbox to as many screens as possible. That was a great catch.
That was a fantastic catch. Oh no, it's going back. Oh, it's going back.
Now, okay, so I'm looking for something else. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Can't find it here. Okay, so a couple days later, because obviously that caused a roar in fanboy Twitter. So what happened later on is that Phil Spencer came out. And said that they have no plans on bringing their games to PlayStation or Nintendo.
Yeah.
How he said. But here's the thing. Like, no shit, you don't have no plans to bring games to PlayStation or Nintendo. Because they would have to agree to it.
Of course.
They're the one that would have to agree with it, not you. The reason why he said what he said, in my opinion, he said that so that he can one. I think what he wanted to do, he wanted to control the narrative because for whatever reason, he wants to communicate with the fanboys in his community, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he has a lot of people who he caters to. He has a lot of people who he talks to that are part of that community, right? It's a good thing and a bad thing, depending on the situation.
Okay.
But the reason why this statement by him holds no water, and now make no mistake about it, Phil Spencer is the head of Xbox.
Yeah.
Like Tim Stewart, he's underneath Phil Spencer. But the reason why this statement by him holds no water and why I believe Tim Stewart is because of who they're talking to. Tim Stewart, he's talking to investors. He's talking to other business people. He's not talking to fanboy. He's not part of the whole he's not part of the whole console gaming thingy. Like he's just a CFO.
Yeah.
He's talking to business people. Phil Spencer, this interview was done by Windows Central, which is a site that is an Xbox. It's an Xbox site.
Yeah.
I followed the head guy. He's a nice guy, you know what I mean? But like I said, kind of biased towards Xbox. But I can understand that. But he's not an idiot, and I respect his opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where he went to. He went to Windows Central. He could have gone to the Wells Fargo conference and said the same thing. No, he went to Windows Central because that's the place where the fanboys are gonna read his stuff.
That capture was crazy, bro. That capture was crazy. Yeah, my bad.
But,
go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. But this is where he went. This is where he went. Like, so this idea that everyone's saying, oh, PlayStation fanboys are port begging. No, that's not what this situation is. The situation is that Microsoft is what their goal is to bring Game Pass everywhere.
Yes.
That's what their goal is. And to be honest with you, this is something that I think Phil Spencer has said himself. I can't find him saying it, but I know he said something similar to it. He said that I remember what he said. He said that he wants to bring Game Pass to as many places as it can possibly go.
Mm-hmm.
And he's clearly talking. He'll bring all the games to places where Game Pass exists. They clearly want to bring Game Pass to as many places as possible. That's why they've invested so much money into it. That's why they bought Activision and Bethesda.
Yeah.
So this idea that all he's doing here is damage controlling. That's all he is for the fanboy. That's all he's doing it for. The real thing that you need to listen to is Tim Stewart, because he's talking to business people. Now again, things can change. Plans can change.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, that's their goal. That's their goal. Their goal is to bring games to bring their service to PlayStation and Nintendo. That's what they want.
Yeah, they want you to have because look, they know that they can't win. There's just no way for them to compete, at this point. So they're gonna try to find a way to make it seem like, okay, we're doing something different. To me, it seems like they're trying to take the Nintendo route, because you know how Nintendo likes to be different than the competitors are.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're trying to find a way, to be different, so that way, they can compete. But to me, they're doing themselves, a disservice, because if you remember the article that I had read, it talked about how there's other countries, there's other places that they don't support the Xbox console, such as Japan and whoever, right?
Yeah.
So when you're in a situation like that, the last thing you want to do is irritate or piss off the fan base that actually do support you. That's the last thing that you want to do. You don't want to go into a position to where now you're going to alienate the, even people may say, well, it's a small comparison compared to Sony and Microsoft. I mean, yeah, compared to PlayStation and Nintendo, which I understand that. But your console has been relevant because of the fan base that supports you. So if you're going to put yourself in a position to where, we're not going to have exclusives anymore, we're just going to put our stuff on everything, including on Microsoft and including in PlayStation or Nintendo, this pretty much puts everyone in a position the same way how you felt about the PlayStation brand, where you're just going to go to PC.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you say you're just going to go to PC. And I'm telling you right now, even if that's the goal for Microsoft, we just want to be anywhere. Xbox fanboys, they're not going to be happy with that because they want to support, your console. Yeah, they want to support your console, and I guarantee you, a lot of the people who owns the Xbox console, you actually think that they are in favor. Oh, I want to play games, on my phone. I want to play games, in tablets and whatnot. No, they want to play on the console. That's why consoles still exist even now. Every single one of us could go to PC right now if we wanted to, if we truly wanted to. But because we do enjoy having consoles, because we enjoy, the easy, just pick up and play and not having to worry about ROMs and CPUs and things like that. I don't like to worry about that. I just want to have the console and then be ready to go to play my games. So this strategy, I just feel I don't think it's going to work. I don't think this strategy Microsoft is doing is going to work. Or we just want to be everywhere, including in our competitors' platforms. I don't see them going anywhere with that. Like I don't see it. You're just gonna piss off your own fan base in general, unless they truly believe that the casual market, that they can use the casual market to compensate, once they decide to alienate or what's the word? Unless they want to I don't know. I can't figure out the right term, but sacrifice the fan base that had been supporting them this whole entire time. But it's funny that you mentioned is damage control. I think you're right about that too.
Yeah, it's damage control. But here's the thing: you said something that was interesting. Now, I would argue that hell, all their games go on PC day one anyway. So realistically, if you do have a PC, what would be the incentive to buy an Xbox?
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? Like, and the thing is this, right? When it comes to the SKUs, the SKU that's the most purchased is the weaker SKU. It's the S. That's the one that's the one that is being bought more than anything else from the Xbox family. The X doesn't sell nowhere near as much as the S does.
Oh,
the
S sells more than the X?
Yeah.
That one sells more?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. No way.
And that's the one that has no disc. That's the one that you need. At least it would make sense to have Game Pass while having it. That's why I have it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I think they're doing, and again, I'm not saying they're going third party, but you can't look at these things and be like, okay, well, they're committed to the console space. I don't think they are, because I don't think that because they've seen ever since the disaster of the Xbox One that they don't believe that they can win in that console hardware space.
Okay,
they can't win there. So what they had to do, they had to go the software route, which is what their bread and butter is. And when you have that, and then you look at oh well, you have Game Pass, they sell it for $1, they give you all these discounts for it, they're buying publishers, they're spending all this money. Like they want you to, they want their selling point, their main selling point is Game Pass. It's not the Xbox consoles. It's Game Pass.
Yeah.
And if that is above your console, then you're not in console space. I think they're trying to actively leave the console space. So why would the CFO mention Sony and Nintendo when they are technically, even though he'll deny it, they're still their competitor.
Yeah, he could deny all he wants.
Yeah. Like, and then you also take into account, like Starfield came out. That's not on PlayStation. Redfall came out. That's not on PlayStation. But also, but you're telling me if Sony came up with a deal with Microsoft that they wouldn't put it on there? Just like what happened with Call of Duty. If Sony bought Call of Duty, that Call of Duty would never be on Xbox.
Absolutely.
But why do you think they decided, we'll give you a 10-year deal to keep Call of Duty on those platforms? Why do you think they did that? They did that because they believe that having Call of Duty exclusively is not going to drive up sales of the console enough to justify it existing.
That's interesting.
That's why they're committed to the 10-year deal. To the 10-year deals. Because at the end of the day, they don't think that they can sell enough Xboxes to justify the cost of buying Activision and Bethesda, but more so Activision because they spent almost $80 billion on it.
Yeah, that's just an insane amount of money, bro. $80 billion, bro.
And look, most people play Call of Duty on the PlayStation, and that was going to be the case in the foreseeable future.
That's just crazy.
And Microsoft knows that. So, but if you're Microsoft, you essentially buy Call of Duty, and you're like, okay, well, everyone, if you want to play Call of Duty, you have to buy our Xbox. And I think they believe. I'm just speculating here. I think they believe that they cannot sell, especially now that you have Game Pass, you can't sell Call of Duty for $70 on Xbox, and very few people are going to buy it.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
If everyone's going to play Call of Duty, they're going to play it through Game Pass.
Yeah.
You're not going to spend money on it, and the thing that generated a lot of money for Sony and the Call of Duty franchise in the past is money. People willing to buy the franchise with hard-earned money. $70 every single year. Plus you have skins and all other stuff, like billions of dollars.
Correct.
So to me, this idea that these Xbox dudes are being like, oh well, Phil Spencer proved you guys wrong. No, he didn't prove nothing wrong. He did that to make you guys feel better. He did that interview to make you guys feel better. If you're talking, you reveal what you're actually doing with the business people. That's who you, because those are the ones, because at the end of the day, all this is about investors, and they're the ones that will put the money in. They're the one that have their tentacles in the mainstream. Like that's the one. That's like what the CFO did was clearly tell them the truth about their plans.
Yeah, that's true too.
And the truth is that they clearly want their games on more devices than Xboxes. That's just the reality of the situation.
It's just the only way. They feel like that's really the only way for them to compete is just to try to go everywhere and try to buy as much much publishers, studios as much as possible, because they can't make their own games. They just can't make their own. They can't compete with Nintendo's franchises, their IPs. They can't compete with Sony's franchises or IPs. So what is the next route? Well, let's just buy as many studios as possible, and that's why they went with Activision. And to me, yeah, that's just just throwing money out there. You're not really trying to improve the industry. You're not really trying to make better quality games. All you're just doing is you're just spending money. That's all you're doing. You're just spending money and hoping that you can compete. But yet, if you're not giving us, the quality games that we want, what does it matter? And okay, so it looks like the game's over.
Yeah,
Oh no, it's a flip. Yeah, so like look, at the end of the day, like you said, it's damage control.
Oh,
Microsoft.
no.
What happened?
Who's the flag on? You're ahead of me.
Oh, he's on defense.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so the game is over. Yeah, yeah, it was a very good game, man. Like I was trying to watch it, snippets of it. Yeah, it was a very good game.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but at the end of the day, man, yeah, Microsoft, bro, the more news that comes out, the more I just have no respect for that company. I feel like they truly don't know what they don't know what they're doing, because they really forgot the tradition or the foundation of what makes video games special and why the industry exists. It's because of good quality games, and they fail in that regard. So they try to look for an alternative. Let's just buy companies and see where that will take us. And to me, that's just being lazy, in my opinion. Make good games like we did. That's why I love the 360 so much, because you gave us good games, and other people from other countries were buying it because of it. Like when with all those RPG games that they came out with, yeah, people from Japan was actually buying your console. Now it was still nowhere near as PlayStation, but people were now paying attention to your brand when all these games was coming out. But no, you decided not to do that. You went to another direction, and now here you are, to the point where all you want to do is just buy studios and try to be everywhere. And hopefully it doesn't succeed, because like I said before, I think they're trying to gain way too much control, have a monopoly, and that's not what I want, which is why I'm not supporting the Xbox brand.
All right, on that note, let's get out of here. 4 hours, 22 minutes. Crazy.
Yeah. I don't ever want to do that again. I don't want to do 4 hours. I was going to suggest let's just split it, but since we're already doing the gaming awards this week, I know it'll drive you nuts to do 3 podcasts this week. So yeah.
So all right. So on that note, let's get out of here. Rudolphi, thank you for watching. Walter, thank you for watching. Fifth Watch Captain, thank you for watching. Join the Discord if you get a chance. Ruben, thank you for watching. David, thank you for watching. Let me see. And I believe that is it. So like I said, next, this coming Thursday, Game Awards coming out. We're gonna do a co-stream with Critical Drop, and James gonna be there too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we don't know about Dark. We don't know for sure if Dark's gonna be joining us, but I know Soul said he wants to join us too. So,
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be definitely be a lot of us, and I think the fact that it's going to be this many, I think that's gonna be awesome. Definitely gonna be a good show.
Yeah. So be on the lookout for that. On that note, this is Uber 186. I am out.
Yeah. So for once again, I keep forgetting. I should start saying this more in the beginning of the podcast. If you guys could give us a like, and then share on Twitter, on IG, on Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, wherever it is that you like to use, so that people can see us, and so that we will continue to make more videos for you guys. So this was a great podcast. This is the Traditionalist 101. I'll see you all this Thursday. So I'm signing out. Have a good one.
All right, later, guys.